their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Hang in there.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by to breach.
First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. We're compromised. Breach!
Bob's your uncle. Got evidence.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle.
Something's off. Checking it out.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance.
Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading at increased speed.
The sound's gone.
Torpedo inbound, bearing on 48!
Defensives are down. Torpedo range 600 meters. 400 meters. 200.
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
anything good. Got you, mate!
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse. Class, Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Hoy and flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash!
Allied troops engaging.
Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming.
The operation begins, no room for error. I love those sayings. Delta Force gang, welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Regional Tournament Season 1 Open Qualifier. There's a lot going to be happening today, but before we get into all of it, let me introduce you guys to the voices behind all the action today. I'm Vivid, and joined with me is, of course, Ben.
Hey, great to be here, Vivid. Looking forward to getting stuck into another one of these open qualifiers. We've got 6 more teams fighting today, trying to get through to those regional finals, the regional tournament coming up, and just one of those is going to go through today.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Yeah, I cannot believe the open qualifier is all ending today. So much to talk about. Ben, I gotta mention though, man, it's been a while since I've been on one of these shows for Operations. Specifically, you were just in last week, and kind of give us a little bit of a recap about all of the action kind of happening in these types of games.
Yeah, it was lively. We went all 7 games last week, but that's not the only games these guys have been playing. There's been teams playing all week. In fact, the teams playing today have also played already today. They played another round before this, so there's been all sorts going on. They've been putting in a lot of hours. I think we started with 60 plus teams, something like that. It's been whittled down, and now we're down to the final 6 potential ones to get through. So they put in a lot of hours. I think these teams and players have been learning a lot as the process goes, and hopefully now we're going to see some pretty close competitive games, I think.
Yeah, I love the fact this open qualifier has been sort of a gauntlet. There's been so many stages, so many matches to it, but I think that's what makes it so great. Obviously, some of our teams might be a little tired today, but at the end of it all, the 6 teams that we're going to be watching over the course of today should be very, very competitive. So I'm excited to kind of jump into the action. Like you mentioned, all of the games are kind of played last week, and I'm excited to see if that happens throughout today as well. But before we jump into it, a little video to explain what's going to be happening throughout the day.
Delta Force is not just a shooter, it's a competitive platform. And the mode built for esports is Operations. Operations is a tactical extraction-based game mode where 3 squads of 3 players deploy into a map, fight for resources and objectives, and fight each other. Only the most tactical, coordinated team walks out on top. In competitive play, matches follow a 7-round format, up to 7 rounds played on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Space City, and Tide Prison. 6 teams compete simultaneously in the same lobby, making every round unpredictable. Teams earn squad points, a combination of elimination points and supply points accumulated through in-game stash value. But the real game changer is the Mandel Brick, a special artifact hidden on brick rounds. Find it, decode it, and your team wins the round. Decode 2 in a single match and the victory is yours. To keep things fair, competitive matches run on a dedicated server, separate from public servers, with special esports accounts and a tailored balance patch. This is the mode powering the Delta Force AM&EMEA and America's Season 1, where 12 teams per region battle through the group stage, the survival stage, and the finals. Now you know the game. Time to watch the best play it.
Excited to watch the best play. That little video, it explained so much, and if you missed any of it, don't worry, we got some graphics here to kind of run you through some of the rules. Ben, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, so one of the things worth highlighting is that we're on season Morphosis, so that's a couple of seasons back in terms of rule set, I think, operators. So no Morse in this, but you're still going to have Linda available to use. We do have the updated Space City though, so keep in mind that's going to be, you know, have all the different stuff, the Hudson dock area, the water, the sharks, all of that good stuff added in. But Zero Dam doesn't have the most recent elevator extract, so that'll be the original OG Zero Dam extract there. And then we got all the Mandrake stuff, obviously a million alloy for kills, or for each player you kill. If you die, you lose your gear. You got to remember these players need to not just win and get Mandrake, but they're trying to acquire money that they can then use in the next games in order to build their kits, Vivid.
Absolutely. And I think one of the most important things on this screen right here is actually going to be bottom right, where operators can only be used 2 times. I personally play Delta Force a lot, and I'm kind of an operator crutch when it comes down to playing Luna. I play Luna in almost every single one of my games. That's who I am comfortable on. But in the esports setting, in the competitive scene that we have running in Delta Force as we know it, operations, man, you have to be comfortable on multiple operators, and it kind of creates some strategy, because we know we have the opportunity to kind of go to 7 different games over the course of a couple of different maps. So when you actually choose some of these operators is kind of what makes a difference for a lot of these teams. So keep a close eye out on when some of our teams throughout the day start to invest some of their comfort picks, some of those stronger operators. Love the breakdown on the fact that we are on the Morpheus patch right there. And that's the thing that I love about Delta Force competitive as well, is that any single time that we jump into a season, like we kind of just like advance one patch, and it always switches things up because, you know, the meta can kind of change.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also worth noting something on this page. If you're maybe watching your first Delta tournament, Mandel bricks are everything. If our teams decode a Mandel brick, if you decode 2 Mandel bricks total, they just win. That's it. Mandel brick is the top scoring thing in this. So pay attention to those. That's why the players go crazy for them. When you see them, game one isn't going to have them. We'll go over that in just a minute. But Mandel bricks will start to come in. That's what our players are going to go for. Of course, you see these starting supplies here. 1 million technic alloy for each player. They get the 3x3 safe box. That's really worth noting because that's very useful for trying to get as much alloy out as you can. You're probably going to see a lot of games today where lots of players don't extract compared to your normal rounds of Delta. Everyone wants to get off the map. That's not always the priority here. The priority is getting Mandel bricks, and the priority can also be getting eliminations, because 800k per elimination is a huge amount. So massive amount of extra alloy for getting those kills. And then also they have the 12 slot keycard holder, so you can see players using all sorts of keycards. They don't have to worry about buying them for tons of money like you do normal players. And here's a little recap of the Mandel brick rules.
Absolutely. So kind of going down the list here, Mandel bricks become available shortly after the match starts. Now, a key little caveat to this, like Ben mentioned earlier, we do have the possibility to run through 7 matches today, but Mandel bricks do not spawn in every single one of these matches. Matches 1 and 3 will not feature a Mandel brick. So if you're kind of doing some math right there, the earliest a team could possibly pick up 2 Mandel bricks and end this thing early would be on match number 4. Now, once again, when we do enter a match that has a Mandel brick, it becomes available shortly after the match starts. And once the Mandel brick has been picked up, the squad has 5 minutes to place it at a decoding station or a reset. And basically what that does is it prevents him from kind of just holding the Mandel brick off in some random spot of the map and kind of not really playing for the objective. So a great little thing right there to prevent any sort of gimmicks kind of happening on the map. Once the Mandel brick is placed at the decoding station, a 4-minute timer will start. If the Mandel brick decoding is interrupted by another team, the timer resets and is reduced by 30 seconds. And of course, that other team also now is in possession of the Mandel brick, and they're kind of the team leading the charge right there. As well as the minimal decoding time will go down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. And if the squad decoding is eliminated, the countdown will pause, not immediately end. Talking about some of our teams throughout the day here, Ben, of course, these are going to be the guys playing the games and going for those Mandel bricks.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are our 6 final teams playing today. Genius, Agatha, LDS Esport, Voltaic, Floor POV, and Number 1. These guys, as we mentioned a minute ago, they've been through all sorts of matches over the past week, 2 weeks, filtering through all sorts of games. And now just one of these teams is going to come out on top. I think Number 1 were playing in the group that I was involved with last week, so it's going to be interesting to see those play again. The other 5 teams weren't in that, so they're all going to be pretty new to me. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, how these players come out, how they play. I think there's quite a few players here with a pretty serious amount of hours, and when I was looking at some of the scores from, you know, some of the recent events over the last few days, there's some pretty high scoring matches. You know, you have your Mandel bricks, which normally what takes the top spot, but then you also have extracted value, you have squad points and stuff like this, and obviously kills. So you can get a gauge of, you know, how good these teams are at just playing the game in general. And then the Mandel bricks are really where, you know, they can maybe set themselves ahead of the rest and where you jump ahead and you know, take those victories.
One of the things that I think me and Ben will be putting an emphasis on throughout the day is that, remember, this is an open qualifier. We are trying to make it to the regular season of season number 1 here. So some of our teams were actually already invited over to season 1, and a bunch of our teams have actually already qualified as well. This is the last match running here in the open qualifiers, and there is only 1 spot left available. So if you're missing any of those team names that you're kind of used to seeing over here on the EMEA region, or some of your fan favorites at home, they could already be qualified into the regular season. Take a look at our map rotation here. Ben, we're going to be jumping into Zero Dam in our first match.
Yeah, Zero Dam is going to be an air supply drop. That's what the little marker at the bottom there is. We just get one game on Zero Dam today. So air supply. Then round 2, we're going to go on to Brakkesh. That's going to be the first Mandelbrick game. Round 3, the last place is going to choose that map. That will be another air supply round, and they'll choose between Brakkesh and Tide Prison. And then we go into a little gauntlet of Space City in round 4, as Viv mentioned a minute ago, is the first game where it can be won. That'll be our second Mandelbrick. But we are now jumping into Zero Dam for our first game of the day. And here's our operator selection for this match, Vivid.
Yeah, let's kind of take a look at what we are going to be running through. I see some Virons, some D-Wolves. That's kind of what I am used to seeing whenever we kind of jump into Zero Dam. Some of those assault characters kind of being picked up because we know how important some of the utility characters start to be when those Mandelbricks start to come into play and all those choke points are kind of enacted. Zero Dam is going to be all about our teams picking up as much alloy as they possibly can. Ben broke it down earlier. There are multiple ways to do that. You can find the eliminations. You can find the loot. You can kind of fill up your supply drop. You can extract. There are so many different ways, but alloys are what it's all about right now.
Yeah, exactly. And we use a metric called squad points. That's something that comes into it now. Mandelbrick is the top tier of leaderboard, but squad points is basically a combination of your kills and your extracted value. It's 1 point per million extracted. So if you have 10 million extracted and 10 kills, you have 20 squad points. Quite interesting seeing on the operator list, very early wall breaker hit there. Quite interesting seeing on the operator list there. You see the gear as well, and actually pretty much all of our teams bring in full purple gear there. We saw in previous rounds, we've seen teams come in with quite low tier gear, blue tier, or even like no armor at all, maybe in game 1 just to save a bit of money for that upcoming Mandelbrick game in game 2. Not the case this time. They'll all come in, purpled up. Lots of vows being run. There you go. See a little bit of inventory there. And we'll try and highlight some of, obviously, the exciting reds that these guys find as we go through the day. You'll see those pop up on the screen.
Love the fact that you went ahead and pointed out the fact that all of our teams are kind of running that purple armor. And you mentioned it. The reds, they are already flying in as a couple of kind of pop up on the right side of the screen there. A little bit of a fan favorite myself of the Rolexes. I have a giant collection going, so good to see one of those kind of coming in early here.
A little scrap going on with one of the tasks these guys have triggered here over at Substation, over at Tech. So just clearing out some bots here, potentially hoping for some loot. They may also be just trying to get some money off this, give themselves options for extraction. You still have the paid extract down in the south. It takes 40,000 to use, so you need to do a few tasks in order to do that. So it does open your options up if you've got some missions nearby or some tasks nearby. You can safely complete. Looks like that's what LDS are doing, and they've got 1.6 million on the board from finding that infantry vehicle model just a minute ago as well.
Absolutely. And yeah, talking about some of those missions that you do need to complete. Wall Breaker is going to be called in here by Genius, and surprisingly for me, they're going to be uncontested as they kind of rotate over past admin and straight back into the Wall Breaker. So would not be surprised if we see these guys go ahead and not only complete the contract, but of course find some reds back here. I do want to go ahead and wrap back around to the point that you were talking about earlier with the purple armor. I think obviously, anybody that kind of goes into operations at home and plays a normal game, obviously we all know that red gear is super, super good. Gold gear is super, super good. But all of those gears can be easily penetrated when you have, ammo that is of equal value or better. All of these players, as we've seen through some of their loadouts so far, have blue ammo loaded, right? So against purple armor, it is not going to be a fun time for some of these fights. And it's going to be a little surprising to some of these players who are used to playing the game a ton with very good gear and used to kind of having the edge when it comes down to the ammo. But now the time to kill is going to be a little bit different. So it's a big adjustment for these players.
Yeah, it's going to feel, for those watching and for those playing, it's going to feel maybe a little bit more like when you play in easy mode, right? And you have that similar kind of imbalance between ammo type and armor type, where that TTK is a little slower. So we're going to see that early on as we progress through, and as people pick up the airdrops, you're going to see, an increase in gear. Another little red coming in for Genius there, little 400k military information terminal picked up. So you will see, the ammo quality, the armor quality increase as games go on, but it doesn't kind of end up with everyone being full red and gold by the end. They still have to, balance that economy. And this is AGT. They're just hiding underground at the moment. And all our teams pretty spread out, as you can see on the map feed here. This is quite similar to how it sort of played out in Zero Dam on the last event I was involved in. People just kind of take it a little bit easy, you know, not getting too ultra aggressive. You can see number one here, I've got the whole of admin, as you mentioned, Genius up doing wall breaker uncontested, and a few teams just kind of hovering around, seeing what's going on. And sort of LDS and POV here, they're our two closest, and Floor POV, they got the airdrop coming down right on them.
Yeah, some nerdy information kind of going in here. They kind of know where this airdrop is going to land, so they haven't done much this game at all in terms of looting, but the priority in terms of position that they have for that airdrop spawn specifically is what's going to give them a big edge up on the rest of the teams. Now, it's going to be kind of a big decision for some of our teams to make whether or not they want to push that airdrop. As we were kind of taking a look at the map a second ago, you do see Team LDS off of the distance, potentially close enough to go ahead and invest some sort of time or, you know, a will to want to fight for this airdrop. But with 40 seconds left remaining before it does touch down, and FPOV with such dominant in terms of positioning that they have over it, I wouldn't see a push being very successful right now for the yellow team.
Yeah, we do see who is it, AGT. It looks like they're venturing out of their hole in the ground and moving up a little bit behind LDS here. So it'll be interesting to see if those teams do end up engaging. But, you know, all of our teams kind of a little bit of a stalemate, but they are going to have to move around to find somewhere to extract at some point if they want to get out and if they want to try and, you know, bank some money for the next round, for the Mana Brick round. A lot of Raptors in play. Game one, I'm not sure if every team had a Raptor, but I'm pretty sure they did, or certainly most of their teams have a Raptor. Very, very useful operator to have on this map, and we're going to see what we get here. Gold vest coming out. Fuel cell, not too bad, but quite a large item. One of Vivid's favorite watches there. And a graphics card, not too shabby.
So I'm going to actually tag in here once more. I have a Rolex collection and a graphics card collection in my own personal stash. So this is awesome. I'm wishing I was in this game right now, kind of picking up some of these reds. But we do see for the red team that airdrop does go uncontested. You can kind of see how valuable they are, right? Not only, of course, that full 125 durability gold vest going to be coming in, but just the straight up alloy that our teams are going to be able to extract with. And that's the important thing about some of these reds, is that kind of keep an eye out on whether or not whatever they are carrying, they can actually make it out with. Ben made the point earlier on that in these competitive lobbies, a lot of the times, not only is it just like straight up some of the players, a lot of our teams in general just do not extract because the extractions do work a little bit differently, which is why the safe boxes and little reds like that are 2x1 or 1x1, and they fit nicely in there, so that way you get out with it no matter what. They're just that much more valuable.
Yeah, exactly that. Those single slot reds, you know, the watches, key cards are huge. You get yourself a good key card. You see people bringing out dog tags as well, and they get kills. Those have increased value in this, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good resource as well. This might be our first shots pretty much we've seen exchanged, apart from Raptor Birds being shot down. A little spray there going off. This is MBO number one fighting with Genius, that's the team who we saw taking Wallbreaker a little while ago. They've moved out onto the container areas now. Number one just scanning to see what's going on. So these teams just seeing what's going on. We've got Matthias there. Keep an eye out the windows. Kilo having taken a tiny little hit there, and Chin's having a peek back. But yeah, it's kind of a, you know, a sort of half engagement here, really. It's not, you know, not full commit, but eventually these teams are all going to have to shuffle around to find a way. As you said, the extracts a little bit different in this. You don't have the fixed extracts like normal. You have the bagless, you have the weight restricted one on the top right, and then you have paid, and you have the lever as well.
Yeah, I would imagine here for the red team, Floor Pod, like you mentioned, they did go ahead and pick up that gold vest. I would imagine that they would want to kind of send somebody out through the weight restricted with that, just simply that, and I feel like it could be some sort of a win. They do, of course, want to kind of get involved in some of these fights that might start to push over towards the admin area, because we do have our second airdrop. It's going to be landing in just 15 seconds in the construction area, and as it currently stands, green on the map, Team Genius is going to be having the position in terms of priority. But with so many teams around, like count them, we have the purple team off in the distance, we have the blue team that has been kind of held up inside the admin building throughout. Are they going to be able to actually go ahead and find the loot?
Yeah, this is looking a lot busier than the last one. We've got 3 teams in very close proximity. VT and Genius here. They're right on top of it. VT are going to grab it. That's going to be an AWM coming out of that, which is going to be very useful, especially against purple ammo. But they are getting involved now. We're seeing our first shots. Someone's probably going to go down pretty soon with flying this close. Little bit of util coming in. No great harm done, but this is the Raptor up front, dropping the EMPs, trying to get on top of things until they can swing that AWM round and start getting shots, because that is going to drop people wearing purple gear very, very quickly. But smoke deployed, and maybe they backed up a bit, but we've also got LDS and number 1 close by, and in fact, pretty much every team on the map is now coming into this area of admin in the north.
Yeah, big bloodbath is coming. Taking a look at the timer as well. 8 minutes remaining for any of these teams to kind of make something happen right now. I was keeping a close eye on kind of where all of the members of this purple team for Team VT were kind of positioned. Because as it currently stands in this parking lot, you can see there are only 2 members, the D-Wolf and the Raptor. But off in the tunnel to the side that connects to the barracks building is where their third was kind of playing around looking for that flank opportunity. As we know, nothing actually came out of it because we have currently 0 eliminations total throughout the course of match number 1. And there's that map view. You can kind of see how close all of these teams are getting to one another. 800,000 alloy per elimination is what a lot of these teams are going to be seeking.
And the thing is, you also find, oh, there we go, our first knock, and it is from the AWM, and now they're starting to pop off in the feed as well. One of Genius has been knocked here as well. That's Chin's taken down. Now it's Tuba from AGT, so that's going to be a 2v1, and this is all kicking off all of a sudden. Our teams want to come in third party. You see this a lot. They're waiting for someone else to start, and as soon as that kicks off, you're going to see other people come and get involved, but they're getting pretty aggressive here. This is Genius. We're here with Hannah just healing up, and Kilo, and then Chin's is knocked. And then this is number 1. You've got Matthias just in the middle of the construction area here. Little Raptor bird going out. They don't tend to last very long when you've got players of this skill shooting them out of the air, but a little bit of a flurry of activity and then backed off. And there is our AWM again.
Salin knows that this player is over here, and in the meantime, his teammate's actually going to be taking out one of the teammates here. He actually hits the shot through the smoke and gets the last tags needed right there onto Nas. That's going to be our first team eliminated from match number 1. Unfortunate for AGT, but good pickups, great pickups there for the team of VT.
Yeah, brilliant wipe. As we saw, you bring an AWM in with purple, with red ammo that it brings against purple armor, then it's going to do just some crazy, crazy damage. So first wipe, AGT are gone, Agatha are gone, and some nice kills on the board. Looks like Genius still have 1 player down as well, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to grab that res. We'll keep an eye on that, but possibly in a location where they're going to struggle to get it. And then we've got 2 teams, floor POV and LDS, I think that is, inside admin as well. Selen, just 2 shots left in the Orm, but has done pretty good damage with it so far.
Absolutely. A huge investment for him to use that ammunition as well, because it is going to be limited, of course. And kind of speaking to the future game plans over the course of this game, right? VT with control over barracks, they're going to have access to that backpack extract, which I'm sure they're going to use to go ahead and get that ARM out, because it's going to be one of the only ways that they are going to be able to do that. And as we kind of turn our attention over, NBO is going to be up against the 2 remaining members of Genius. But as you can see on the map at the top left corner, Genius is not interested at all, as they only have 2 members left alive. So they're going to be retreating back over into the tunnel, and NBO is going to be kind of happy as it currently stands with the position that they have, as they are well aware that there are several more teams around in the area, specifically in the admin building. Taking a look at my map that I have over here, there are 2 teams, as we do bring it up on main right now, that are in a little bit of an engagement.
Yeah, this is LDS and number 1, floor POV, sorry, fighting in admin upstairs here. We haven't seen a knock between these 2 here, but they are very close up. And then we've got players all around the map. They are trying to find that first knock, but you don't want to over-aggress. It does look like floor POV are maybe backing out of that one slightly as well. Or sorry, floor POV backing out. And yep, fight's coming in up the elevator here as well. This is number 1 now, throwing the Nox disc in. It's going to do good damage, but yeah, going to be a tough push up there, despite the HP damage done. And a missile found by Scooby from VT. That is a good find. I mean, it is that a 2x3, I think? So it's kind of chunky, but it is worth 1.5 mil.
A great red to find in the final moments of this match. Another vivid quick fact. That was actually the first red I ever found in Delta Force. So we're kind of getting all the snippets here of my personal Delta Force adventures right now. But taking a look at off in the distance, full control over the elevator extract is going to be FPOV. Now remember, this was the team that kind of picked up that airdrop earlier on. So they do have a lot of loot already secured. And if they are able to go ahead and extract, that would be great for them, and making the rotate towards them is going to be NBO. But as we do know, that rotate that kind of made it easier to get into the elevator extract is not in this current patch because we are a little bit behind. So the vent is going to kind of be their only option of making their way in towards that extract. So that's going to be a little scary, as an engagement is possibly going to be happening right now, as LDS is still kind of poised up in admin, and they're trying to pick off those 2 remaining members of Genius.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tough to counter that position in the elevator, but well, I mean, they're gonna go for it. They don't necessarily have to go for it. The reason for anyone, if you're a bit confused, why they all just legging it to whatever extract they can find, you get so much reward for getting kills. You get so much alloy for killing players that really, if you can get in and get your 3 or 4 or more kills from your team, then it's probably worth more to you than extracting with, a couple of million worth of alloy. So that's why there's 2.5 minutes on the match clock, and everyone's just trying to third party and get kills here. Even VT, we thought they might try and take, maybe the bagless extract, but they've not taken that. They could try and get up to the weight one potentially, but seems like all the teams staying in this same area, waiting for the last second. We've got minute 30 on the lever extract here, and then 2 minutes total on the match timer.
Yeah, super surprised that we haven't seen any of those individual extracts taken yet. Usually what we see in past competitions is kind of putting all of the loot on one person and being completely happy with just sending them out, and then you send the remaining members of your team to just go fight and look for those 800,000 alloys. But a quick engagement comes out from Hannah right now. Remember, this is going to be the team that just has 2 members, so early damage is going to maybe give them a possibility to go ahead and take this 2v3 head on. But the backup, the retreat from NBO is, of course, going to give the opportunity, the time needed to go ahead and reset and say it ain't so. Double Rolex is found in the final moments of match number 1.
Yeah, VT, I guess, are just hoovering up everything they can find whilst they're running around the last minute or so of this game, stuffing those in. As we mentioned, those single slot reds, very useful to get out. It's going to be great for VT. VT right on the back of LDS, who are just outside on the edge of car park here. This is a floor POV in the extraction point. They've got 30 seconds left to hold that. And then we've got number 1 just on the other side of the vent. You've got Genius on the other side of number 1. So I think we're going to see a few kills right in the last few seconds of this game. But I reckon floor POV probably going to manage to get out of this pretty well. We've got 10 seconds here.
Yeah, they're trying to play spoiler right now. They're trying to prevent all of those teams from kind of falling in through the vent right now. So all the utility is going to come out to kind of prevent NBO from making a rotate in. They're going to be putting a smoke down. NBO is going to be trying to dive on the extract. 1 player gets knocked, 2 players gets knocked. But I think some of the extracts actually came in. Taking a look at the left side of your screen, NBO, they got 2 members out. FPOV, they got all 3 members out in terms of extractions. And I do also see that 1 member of VT made it out. They went to that weight extract and surely enough made it out with that So they're going to have that available in the following matches, but we still have some fights kind of popping off in the final 10 seconds remaining. Scooby's going to be on a great fire right now. We're going to be hiding and opting to not actually take the fight. I feel like the risk, the reward is worth just taking the fight. Only 3 seconds remaining, and that's going to be it. Ben, you called it. All of our teams, so many players are not going to be extracted in so many of these competitive lobbies, and that is exactly what we end up seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting there to see that push from was at MBO at the end where they dived through the vent, got torn apart. But obviously, for those that have played a lot of Delta Force, you know that if you're knocked but not finished, if you crawl into that extract point, you can still extract. So we saw 5 players from 2 different teams actually going out on the same extract. And great catch there to notice the VT got that AWM out as well. They sent one up to the weight limited extract, and they can keep the AWM for another round, get a bit more value out.
Yeah, so obviously some of our teams are going to have a big advantage in terms of going into our next match. Red team being the only team to have every single one of their members kind of make it out. And we saw, man, they were looting so much. They were one of those teams that got one of those airdrops, got that gold armor, got a couple of those reds. So they got to be feeling good. And, you know, we will have the stats for you guys shortly here, but I would imagine they have to be the team that is currently worth the most. And actually, I am completely wrong. They're going to be in second place, second to that team VT, man, with those 3 kills. And it's got to be the that's just giving them so many assets gained, I would imagine.
Just that wipe with the AWM, or mostly AWM assisted, that we saw over at Barracks. They had that elevated position at Barracks, got them those 3 kills, good resources from that, and they, you know, hoovered up a lot of reds, and the value from that AWM, yeah, gives them a nice bit of money. It's not a huge lead, but you can see 3 kills, 2 assists, 600 or so damage. And here's our kills that was Selen grabbing the double. I'm pretty sure it was Selen that had the AWM right, and then Oko with 1, and all pretty good amount of loot for all 3 of our players there.
Absolutely. So great to kind of see that team doing well. You do just, it's a giant emphasis on how much those kills are worth. That 800k ramps up very, very quickly. So that team is going to be geared up and ready to go if they do decide to invest some of those alloys going into match number 2, which we will jump into shortly, which, as a quick reminder for anybody that is going to be taking a break here with us, match number 2 will feature a Mando break, so be sure to go ahead and tune into that. But match number 1, we mentioned all about picking up all of those alloys so that way you have enough to go ahead and buy some of these kits into some of these future games. And man, we didn't get to see a lot of action throughout the entirety of that game, but I feel like towards the end, we got just that.
Yeah, a few kills coming in just at the end of that one, and hopefully we're going to see a few more in the next game after we see this little break.
To know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Oh, can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Queen flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied cruiser engaging.
Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Storm is coming.
Everly, a Havoc recovery is on the target. Acoustic signatures match your mark signature with high accuracy.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Welcome back, Delta Force gang, to the 2026 Delta Force Regional Tournament Season 1 Open Qualifier. As we've mentioned before, today we'll conclude said Open Qualifier. And after a riveting match number 1, I think our teams are about almost ready, Ben, and I feel like we definitely are to jump into match number 2 as well.
100%. You got to remember, one team today is going to go through into that regional tournament, just the top one. So that's what everyone's fighting for today. Second place isn't going to be good enough. You need to be on top. Make sure, by the way, if you're watching today, make sure you follow Delta on the socials. You can also download the game for free on all sorts of platforms out there. We're going to have a little recap of some of the stats, I think, from game 1. Maybe have a look at map rotation. We can see we talked about this a little while ago. Brakkesh coming up round 2, as Vivid said a moment ago. First Mandelbrick game of the day. Then we've got another airdrop game, and then fourth match is going to be our second Mandelbrick. So Mandelbricks win everything. If you get 2 Mandelbricks, it's over. You've won. So all our teams want to get hold of that. And here's our operator pool so far.
A lot of value will be placed on this Mandelbrick and on the map of Brakkesh. Talk me through who you think some of our teams are going to be kind of pulling out in terms of operator pools. Like, who do you think some of the strongest operators are going to be to go ahead and invest into this Mandelbrick map?
Yeah, it's tricky to say. We didn't have any Ulurus used in that map, so we may see some of those brought out. They can be pretty effective on Brakkesh, but also very good in the tight spaces on space. You do tend to see a lot of those top tier operators save for that. So yeah, maybe a bit of that. We've also got Raptor. Every team used a Raptor in game 1, so that means they've all only got 1 Raptor left. But again, Brakkesh is quite a good map for Raptor. Once you get into space, you tend to have a lot more fighting in sort of these close confined areas where his bird is a lot less effective. So wouldn't be surprised to see a few more Raptors come out. There we go, with one coming out for VT. We've got quite a few Ulurus coming in there. D-Wolf's in there. Remember, all our teams always want to have smoke. If you're wondering maybe why you see some of these operators that aren't maybe meta when you're sort of playing in casuals, all these teams, you always need to have smoke, so you're getting those reses. You always need to have someone that can get some intel, your Luna or your Raptor, and then maybe someone a bit more aggressive, you know, like your Uluru or whoever, or your Tempest for those pushes for that aggressive utility as well.
And jumping into it here, match number 2 featuring Brakkesh, our first Mando Brick game of the day. Remember, only one team at the end of these matches will be qualifying to the regular season. And what a great start it would be for any of our teams to go ahead and pick up the first Mando Brick when it does become available. As you can see, dead center of your map right there, over towards the museum area, we have two teams, LDS and FPOV. Early on are kind of centered around that Mando Brick, but it does take a couple of seconds to go ahead and spawn. There's going to be 15 seconds left before that does go ahead and become available for our team to go ahead and pick up. It looks like Team LDS is more interested in looting the museum itself, and we got a quick little peek right there at a strategy. Did you see the armor that one of the members of LDS was wearing right there? It was just a ball cap, no investment of armor. And I like this sometimes for some of our teams, because we see this before where some of our teams will invest almost nothing, and instead of going for the Mando Brick, we'll just almost entirely try to loot to go ahead and pick up ally, because they don't feel like they want to go ahead and approach the Mando Brick. An early pickup here on the Mando Brick for FPOV is going to give them a slight edge in terms of getting to one of those decoding stations and potentially securing this early.
Yeah, they've grabbed this straight off the bat as soon as it appeared, and there is a decoding station right here in the central building as well, in the museum, so we'll expect to see them place it on that pretty shortly. Premium coffee picked up by Chiba, and yeah, there is the decode. And when we were in one of our games, that game 2 last week, we saw this decode actually go all the way, kind of uncontested. Everyone was piling in, but no one wanted to be the first team in, and they actually got a clear run on it. So FPOV, floor POV, I think are going to be hoping that's the case so they can get Mando Brick number 1. Still got a team down in tower. This is we've got AGT down in the tower looting away, but most of our other teams closing on this Mando Brick now. We've got 4 very close in this building. FPOV taking up positions on the balcony here, all of them just outside. And then we've got yellows, we've got LDS just downstairs at the moment, also pretty close by. And then we see VT just sneaking in from the side.
And we could see, you know, taking a look at this little camera that we have right here. If you were to throw an Allure Molly anywhere that was on that screen, it would find insane value in some of those choke points, which is why we do see a lot of those Allures, you know, come into play. I didn't actually realize, Ben, VT, they brought in their Oko is going to be looking for one of these early picks right now. He's going to be looking towards the site of Blake. He knows that this team is going to be wanting to play on the balcony. Oh, it was so close right there. Blake almost showed the shoulder. And Oko is just going to be invested in holding this angle, but the util comes out and pushes them back.
Love to see that he had the AWM there with like a 2x or something. It's got a tiny little scope on it. He knows it's going to be used inside. Maybe he's got an alternative one to switch, but yeah, good spot there. The A-dub is in the building, very literally. And they're trying to push forward on this, and I think you're going to see, you know, the team's kind of pensively creeping up here, trying to wait for someone else to commit first before they run in, but someone's going to have to do it. And VT actually getting surprisingly aggressive. It's nice to see a team not leaving it to the last 5 seconds before they run in on this brick.
And this is where it gets tricky, because any single time that VT goes ahead and throws any piece of utility, like a smoke or something, to go ahead and flush FPOV out of this balcony, then they just go ahead and return. Like a Molly comes in here for the team of Genius. The shots are coming in, but simultaneously Oko finds a shot onto Blake with the and a return kill comes in. Oko's actually going to be going down, and now Hannah, Genius, they're trying to get involved. Currently, as it stands, 2 members down for VT, 1 member currently down for FPOV.
Yeah, a lot of kills popping off very quickly here in a fight on the stairs. This is number 1 pushing up from downstairs on VT, who are down to just 1 player up. And that is going to be tough with that Ulu rocket coming in as well. It's going to drop 3 more little ones. And that is going to put Selen right on the back foot. It doesn't look like they're pushing up the stairs just yet. Well, maybe the spider is, but players not coming in. And we're seeing more and more players dropping here. FPOV have got their res. Selen is down to very low HP here. Last member of the squad. FPOV got away with that, back up to 3, and they still have the Mando Brick. VT didn't get a steal there, and a minute left on that decode.
Yeah, Selen's going to be flushed out of the angle right there. That's going to be VT wiped off the map. They came in with the they're going to be knocked out. But take a look at the top of your screen. 57 seconds remaining. While all of this fighting is going on, FPOV, they've just got a giant smile on their face, because they know they are 50 seconds away from taking home the first Mando Brick. And what an opportunity that would be. Sniper opportunities here for Mateus on the side of NBO, but the snipers aren't going to do it. You're going to have to flush them out of the balcony and go ahead and get access to that decoding station in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, Gen moving in, Genius moving in. They're going to drop their util, but again, we're going to see all the same util get thrown onto that Manda Brick, try and block it. Need a team to go in and contest this, and VT getting third-partied when they tried to take the Manda Brick really just helped out the people who already had it. That helped out Floor POV. Yeah, not long time left here. Floor POV still 3 up. Genius have lost 1. There's a lot of smoke down there. They're going to maybe lose another. They do. It looks like this Manda Brick is just going to go game 1 to Floor POV. I don't think anyone is getting this. That is a Manda Brick for number 1. Wow. For Floor POV, sorry.
Mando Brick decoded. They're going to be feeling good, but this match is not over yet. There's still a lot of opportunity for some of these other teams. It was just a clear case of literally every single team being involved. By the way, that team that you mentioned in Tower, AGT, they're now involved in this as NBO. They try to make the push down the staircase. Empower gets a little bit aggressive, runs up the staircase into the suspecting Mateus, and now NBO, they're going to want to push down. They do find the initial shots. They're going to be getting the second kill onto this team, and now only 1 member remaining to do it all. Going to be on the Shepherd, but cannot lock down the defenses in time. NBO, they are going to lose Cook in the process of that, but they're going to be picking up 3 kills of their own.
Yeah, great play from NBO. They're getting some kills on the board, getting some money on the board from those eliminations. All kicking off very rapidly there, but a little bit too late for any of those teams to benefit from the Manda Brick. So pretty much maybe not completely free Mandy for Floor POV, but it didn't get decoded, didn't get countered at all. But they did take a few fights. But it's just those different angles from teams interrupting the other pushes, and just let them get away with it. And now really, teams just playing for trying to get as much util, trying to get as much resources as they can, get much alloy, and that's a big hit there on Gen. And they just got 1 left here, just got Kilo left.
Did actually get that res off, so Chin's going to be joining in on the fight right now to try to go ahead and fend off AGT, who are feeling pretty good. They're feeling fresh. They have not been attacked at all throughout this game because they're like the 6th party to this museum fight. They're the last ones to arrive. So they're going to be a little bit aggressive, looking for some of those angles as some looting does come in over the course of all of this action. And yeah, Chins and Kilo, they're trying to go ahead and fed off. The res fake does come in. The smoke does come in. It's going to give some of the space over to AGT. Chins finds a great knock. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Can he work around the smoke? Can he work around the knees? Utility comes in, but Toast goes ahead, pushes in. Nast and Yako from the side of AGT do find the win in the 2v2, and they're going to be wiping Genius out of the lobby. But can they go ahead and fend off the 2 other remaining teams in the lobby?
Yeah, AGT just using their strength in numbers there to take that. They took 1 knock early on, but just had enough to take them out of the game. They take Genius out of the game. Still 2 up. This is FPOV. They're now moving around, trying to get involved. As you said, AGT on the back foot a little bit, but they've had a bit of time to heal up. But they're kind of stuck in this room where everyone seems to be getting dropped at the moment, and you've got teams on both sides of you. It's gonna be tough. We've got FPOV sort of downstairs off to one side, and then this is NBO. Again, that Uluru Molly's trying to get him through a tiny little crack at the top there. Angle, I'm not sure I even realized was there. But every day's a school day.
Museum is scary when you know all these little nuances, and Nas is going to be left as a solo, as Obsessed does go ahead and find the knock on to Yako. It's actually a great opportunity to be playing the operator blender right here, right? This could find incredible value, but look how much value the Molly, the Allure Rocket, all of the utility landing on his head, and that's going to be AGT wiped off the map. But now turning focus over to the last remaining 3v3. Oh my gosh, FPOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's going to be hopping out with that, and Yersey decides, you know what? I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of holding the angle. I'm pushing. The team secures the Mando Break. They are the last remaining ones in the lobby. Ben, I feel like we have some favorites.
Absolutely huge from FPOV. Yeah, as you say, they've got the Mando Brick, got the first Mando Brick, and they've just wiped the entire lobby. I think they're just checking. They're not 100% sure if every team's been taken out, and I don't think we'd be that sure if we didn't have the benefit of the graphics, because there's been so much going on. Man, that Vlinda res, it looked like there could be an amazing use of the Vlinda ultimate there to get the double res, but every utility known to man came through those doors and through those windows. We saw Uluru rockets and mollies, and there was no way out there. So this is just mopping up, picking up as much loot as they can for FPOV, and as well as that Manda Brick, they can now take their time a little bit, hoover up a load of value, and then all 3 of them extract. and that's going to put them in a very strong position going forward in the tournament as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It'll be a little bit scary for them initially to go ahead and have the confidence to just run around the map, but if they do a little bit of investigating around the area of the museum, I mean, every single box from all the operators that kind of went down this game will be close by. So if they do a little bit of counting, then they will kind of figure out that all of our teams have been eliminated except for them. And one thing that I do like that we do not get to mention a lot is that the dog tags have actually become worth some alloys. They do increasingly become worth more as the day goes on. And take a look at that initial pick from Oko with that We know how this ended up going for VT, but there was an opportunity there that seemed like they were gonna have the chance to go ahead and take them down, but the third party was probably like the most important part of every single one of these fights.
A good push from VT, really. As I said, it's nice to see a team not waiting until there's 10 seconds on the clock before they make that push, but it's just Genius had an angle, and then that third party made it kind of all fall apart. But they got a great AWM knock there, and this is the MBO fight going on the stairs, and some more of the chaos down in the vault here. This is LD getting wiped out, ODS getting wiped out, and that was the push we saw come in from Tuba. Got dropped, but they did go down in the end. It was the finish here. FPOV, as we see, the room of death, the room where everyone seems to get eliminated. There must be so many boxes in here right now, and a big hit from the bolt action here. Absolute carnage in the museum.
6 minutes remaining for our team here to make the most out of it, man, because usually opportunities like this are kind of used on like maps like Zero Dam, right, where the only thing that is really on the minds of our players is picking up those alloys. But when you have 6 whole minutes on a map like Brakkesh with, I mean, how many bodies are down? 15 boxes are down, right? Like the loot that these guys are going to be able to go ahead and obtain is going to be crazy. I am taking a look at the leaderboard on the left side of the screen. 8.7 million total assets gained as it currently stands. So this is going to be a big boost in their economy, and the extract now is going to be going off in just 4 minutes. So I would imagine that all 3 of the members of the team will obviously make their way over there. They're all 3 going to be able to get out. And I feel like one thing that we haven't talked about yet, Ben, obviously we know how well they've done so far on Brakkesh. I mean, a mana brick, all the kills that they got, all the assets that they gained, the last one standing. But they were actually the only team on Zero Dam as well, remember, to be a full team that extracted. So this is going to be back-to-back full team extracts for FPOV. That's crazy in a competition like this.
A great spot, yeah. Not something you see that often or hardly ever in these kind of events. Yeah, they got out on the elevator extract last game, and they're going to get out down on the central helicopter extract here on Brakkesh. A little surprised they didn't give themselves maybe another minute on the lever. They got a little bit extra time there, but I guess their bags are getting pretty full, limited by the blue bag, 16 slot bag. There's not much you can cram into that when there's, as you say, 15 or so dead bodies in here. But I think they've finally realized that the map is wiped. The Raptors should be able to scan footprints and see that everyone is basically off the map. And now they're just trying to do the Delta Force Classic, just min-max as much as you can to squeeze every last alloy. You can see that number creeping up, 9.3 now. And that's just going to set them up really nicely for the next, in the next couple of games. Next game is an air supply, airdrop game. And they're going to be able to take whatever they want into that. Maybe they'll go in a little bit conservatively. Here we are. See them taking down the boss as well. Why not?
Yeah, great shots here. And I do want to wrap back around to the point that you made about, trying to fit all the loot. An underrated skill in the game of Delta Force and extraction shooters in general, right? Being able to min-max your inventory on a whim is something that goes underrated. Let's go ahead and see what the helicopter is worth today. Man, this thing never pays, man. I swear. Looking for something a little bit better than a purple.
Oh,
nope.
Come on.
Every time. Every time.
Yeah, appalling loot there. You thought maybe you might get a key card or something. And still sending the bird out. Yeah, I like to see it. Don't get too lazy. I've been caught plenty of times when I've been sloppy and we thought we went to the lobby and we haven't. But yeah, they're going to be absolutely fine here as they run over. Up to nearly 10 million. They're going to get out here. They also picked up that AWM. They did manage to find that. I don't know if they've got much ammo for it, but they've got the AW and little flight case they can do here as well on the way out. And that's going to be probably about as much as they managed to hoover up here. There we are. No ammo in it, but, you know, that might still prove useful in some way. Or I guess they could, you know, just use it as monetary value to, you know, put towards their kits.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was actually rooting for that flight case at the end there. I really wanted them to cross that 10 mil threshold. It would have been a clean, even number. But, you know, whatever. 9.7 will do, I guess. 45 seconds until these guys go ahead and get out with their spoils. They're going to be, of course, uncontested, as we do know. And now, I mean, obviously, we're going to take a big reset after this match specifically. It's given the opportunity for a lot of our teams to kind of readdress and, you know, try to think about their game plan, because they've kind of just been sent to the lobby for the last, what has it been, like 10 minutes since we saw that giant fight go down. So an opportunity for some of our teams to go ahead and reset. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's a little bit of a reset moment for the competition as well, since we are not going back to another Mando Break map after this. We're going to be going to a supply drop map, which is yet to actually be determined, because there is some options available for whoever is in last place. That'll be between Brakkesh and Tide Prison. But obviously, turning back our focus to match number 2, I mean, what is there to say? It was all about FPOV.
Absolutely. I'm really interested to see the total kills for our different teams here. I'm pretty sure FPOV got 6, I think. I saw that USI and Obsess had 3 apiece, so they're going to get a lot of extra alloy, a lot of extra squad points for that. But maybe some of the other teams, or there's certainly some of the other teams, because a whole lot of people got eliminated in that building. So there's going to be other kills from some of those teams, and that's going to help them a little bit with their economy going into the next games. But yeah, big advantage LPV. They've got the mana brick, and they've got a big old bucket of cash right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be feeling good. You aim for those types of raids, man. Those are the types of raids. That's why we play right there. So great stuff for those guys, of course. You know, me and you, Ben, we do it in just regular lobbies. These guys are doing it in competitive lobbies. So crazy stuff. They got to be feeling good. Of course, we're going to be having those stats for you guys very, very shortly as well, to kind of break down how all of that went. I feel like the stats are just going to tell us the same story that we already know, though.
Yeah, as expected, there's the 6 kills in the Mandelbrick for floor POV. Huge amount of assets gained, and not really a huge amount in terms of assets for everyone else, but some good kills from number 1. 5, that's going to get them some extra alloy. 3 for Agartha, 3 for Genius. Everyone getting involved, really. VT didn't actually get any kills there. They got that knock with the AWM we saw, but I'm interested to see, you know, how VT get involved in the other rounds we've got coming up. You know, they were nice and aggressive on that Mandelbrick before. I think that's something to keep an eye on. Here's our winners from that game, and our winner so far with the Mandelbrick: 6 kills, 4 assists, 1,500 damage nearly, and that nearly 10 million we saw them get out with.
Incredible to note right there. We were taking a look at that leaderboard, right, and the assets gained look so low. That's just, remember, it's assets gained, so it kind of takes into account how much was invested by you and your team. As we take a look at the individual kills right here for our operators on floor POV. AGT, remember that team that was kind of lurking in the basement? They were actually the runner-up there for assets gained. They did go ahead and pick up 1.7 million, which of course is nothing compared to 10 million, but because they did invest so little, right? We saw them run around with the ball caps and no body armor on, that when they did pick up those kills, it was actually a giant net gain. So just sort of like something to think about in terms of the economy for some of the rest of our teams.
Yeah, low battle cost, good profits. So, you know, they didn't come out on top in that game, but haven't thrown too much away, you know, going into our other matches coming up. Interesting seeing, you know, when you have these Mandelbrick games, a lot less looting generally going on, not so many exciting reds popping up on screen as we saw in game 1, but it's going to be game 3 coming up soon after we just have a short break.
13 seconds.
Yeah, it's this MBO that are sitting on it at the moment. There's only 10 seconds left here as everyone comes charging in. We got, D in the middle, Sign coming in from behind. MBO just have to hold out for a couple more seconds. They are going to get this. Yeah, they do get it. I think one of them missed it, actually. Yeah, Matthias here somehow managed to just back off slightly and missed it, but they got 2 out there. Now it's a free-for-all.
Able to get 2 on out. I do. No one is daring to commit to this. 10 seconds left to work with. They might have actually done it forward. Able to find the first one. Still 2 more on that side left to be dealt with, though. Finds the flush out as well. They are getting it for free. No one dared to be the first mover.
Yep, pretty much time for this to close. As say, R&B have sent 1 up for Bagless. There's Util coming in like crazy now. R&B still got 2 near here, so they're going to be running the last minute. There's Spiders jumping in like crazy. There's 1 drop from D. That's going to leave 1 on very low health as well with 5 seconds left on this.
Prone. He does. Does he get out of it? Oh, he's down to low health, and he does. Just exactly 2 of them. Could potentially find himself in a 1v1 against Ushpishka here, as he's kind of separated from the other guys. Gets caught immediately by Follery. Great shots coming through there. We still have 40-some seconds left in the extract with 1 down so far on one side. Make it 2. Dark Entities are plowing their way through R&B.
And remember, you do extract if you're knocked, unless they got the full flush. If you're in that zone and you're knocked, you will get out.
Exactly. Get the drill charges, see if you can take them out. They are prone on position now. How many will get out of here alive? All of them. Damage being done there. You get the swarm with Toxic all as well. Swing around the corner from Sun will find the first one. They get themselves the second, the third one. Almost go down as well. There's Cosmetic able to find one. That's Bane gone down. And now it's just 1 left alive. It's Grateful trying to find one. Those men should get the first one, but there's Max coming in now as well. Everyone is joining in the fight, and RMB are out. So the Mandel break has been interrupted. Sign able to take on over. Now see the push come through from Dark Entities. They're ready to run on forward. Dems is the first one to fall. They are going to claim at least parts of this position for the time being. There is 1 more to be found around the corner inside, and that's him going down. Sign eliminated by Dark Entities. Now for now, the push from LFS. They're coming in right behind them. Also played on in as they go for the peek. That's a nice angle. Oh, Follery able to get himself a double. That is an insane peek around the corner. But there's NBO on the side. They eliminate all of DE, and now the final fight to swing the corner. They get the double kill, and just like that, the savior of the rest of the lobby, NBO swings in, takes out both Mandelbrick teams.
Yep, keeping an eye on DE here. Sign the team with nothing to lose. They've gone in there. We've got LFS in there. 3 teams fine now. DE, look, you can see them 15. Waiting to jump round. They're going to catch Sign from behind. 10 seconds to go on this. Who is going to take it?
So much fighting going on. We're down to 5 seconds. I can't see if anyone is on the extract right now. There's one running forward with just a couple of seconds left, proning on it. I think it might be one of the RMB players, and they will claim it. RMB able to get it in the end. Dark Entities gave it to them for free.
Welcome back, Delta Force gang. We have completed 2 matches. One of our teams has successfully secured their first mana brick and are now on match point. But we're going to be going into match number 3 here quickly, Ben. And listen, a little bit of a reset for some of our teams that did not get that mana brick. And the team that did get that mana brick is we are going to a supply drop map.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of respite for those teams. Try and rethink things a little bit with the airdrop game. It can't end right now. We don't have another Mandel brick till game 4 and we jump over to Space City. Here's our match leaderboard as it stands. Floor POV. They've got that Mandel brick. 8 total kills, 21.6 million assets. And there's those squad points we talked about earlier. That's kind of the secondary metric after Mandel bricks. If we ended up with different teams getting 1 Mandel brick each and we finished after 7 games, it would be squad points that we go to. And as said, that's combination of your kills and your assets extracted. But we are going to go to Tide Prison, which is really interesting to see. This was a choice for the bottom place team, so they got to pick the map, and they've gone for Tide, which is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, Tide Prison. We have not seen it a lot in the competitive circuit as Delta Force is concerned. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how this one plays out. I have seen it, played it a couple of times, and sometimes it does play pretty slow. But taking a look at our operator pool, I would imagine Tide Prison. I know the Noxes are pretty popular on this map, the Tempest as well. And a quick look at our spawn prediction. A quick little note as to how this works. You essentially cannot get the same tier of spawn in back-to-back games, and kind of the game and the smart brains behind Delta Force and their spawns have denoted these spawns as being a tier 1 spawn, a tier 2 spawn, and a tier 3 spawn. And pretty much what differentiates each is, you know, how much control or how much early control you can get over some of the map. So you take a look at the left side over there. We see the team number 1. They got a tier 3 spawn on Brakkesh. They essentially cannot get a tier 3 spawn on the following map, which of course is going to be Tide Prison. So guaranteed a tier 1 or a tier 2 spawn. They got to be feeling a little bit good. And a quick look here, Ben, at our loadouts.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's airdrop round, air supply round. So teams maybe aren't going to bring their A team in because they want to save some as operators for the Mana Bricks. So we're seeing a few Hack Claws, a few Noxes, even a Viron in there. Maybe some of their operators they wouldn't bring into the space games. But Hack Claw, powerful in this position. And I think that Nox as well. There's so many little routes around, so many different angles. It's such a fiddly, multi-layered map to move around and to know. So it's going to really pay off for the teams that have that map knowledge. And you also get some spawns that are very close together. So watch out for early engagements. Genius and FPV very close together at the start here. And huge amounts of great loot to be found on this map if you survive.
And you were mentioning we're seeing a ton of Hack Claws and a ton of Noxes. Now, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a second to just think about how Noxes and Hack Claws typically play. Sneaky, slow, annoying, man. We are in for probably what is going to feel like a similar match to that first match of Zero Dam, where everything kind of popped off at those last couple of moments because our teams are just going to be playing that slow game, right? Looking for those opportunities. And if all of our teams are kind of playing very, very similar, as you can see here, the crouches are coming in very, very early on. The sneaks, as you like to call it. Yeah, man, we are going to be in for a slow Tide Prison, I feel like.
I think I'm going to agree with you, yeah. And this is AGT. They are moving into the office here, and they're going to hoover up this large safe, see if they can pull anything exciting from that. If we see a red pop up on the right-hand side of the screen, we'll know they came out lucky, but I'm not sure they managed to find anything. So no super early engagements yet, no huge amounts of loot found. You can't extract early on this. You've got to wait for those little extracts to pop up. You see the timers on your map when you see that on screen. All our teams coming in with purple gear, apart from I think there's a single blue helmet I saw one of our teams pop up with, but certainly purple vests for our players. Maybe some helmetless for these guys. A lot of vows, a lot of K437s. Remember, we're on season Morphosis, so I think balance changes from a season or two back. So the Vow is very, very powerful, very popular choice. And remember as well, the economy for these games is slightly different in terms of like gun purchasing costs as well. So if you're used to buying your AS Vow and it being unbelievably expensive in your normal matches, then it might be something that's maybe a little bit more affordable to our teams here. But 2 minutes on that airdrop, and I guess that's going to come outside somewhere, Vivid.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a little bit of a weird one how Tide Prison ends up playing because, yeah, you are kind of forced outside if you want to invest some of your time into that airdrop. But, I mean, how many times do you find yourself on the outskirts of Tide Prison? I mean, personally speaking, I'm, like, never out there. I know we've got some, players that are probably watching from home that kind of like to go ahead and pearl hunt, swim around up on the mountains or, and everything like that. But I personally am almost never out there. And I wonder what's going to be the case here for some of our players. Ben, how do you usually play Tide Prison, man? You ever dabble in Tide Prison?
It's not a map I spend a huge amount of time on. It's one I probably spend more time watching other sort of better players than me playing on to watch. It's such a high tier of gameplay that I think I struggle to keep up with. But I love watching people play on this map. I've spent a little bit of time, well, quite a lot of time, private lobbies. Oh, sneaky little angle from Scooby here. Nearly had that shot on Matthias there, but backing up. But yeah, a map I've spent a lot of time on in private lobbies, swimming around, searching around just on my own, working on videos, working on content to try and, help out players with a bit more information. But it's a tough map to learn. And as you say, it's tough to move around. The outside area isn't the most popular area, but normally ends up being a bit busier when you get towards the extract point. You have that southern extract, and it's right out in the open, and it's in the middle of a body of water that's full of sharks, so that can be pretty sketchy. And I think the airdrop will come down in that sort of area as well.
Yeah, I'm taking a little bit of a peek over towards the map that we have access to behind the scenes, and it is sort of hard to tell exactly where teams are at when you do take a look at a map, because obviously there's so many floors on prison, and it's really hard to tell if they're near any of those opportunities to actually go outside. We do see team VT, they're going to be making a swim, a little bit of a dive for that airdrop. The zip line is going to be a little bit scary because, yeah, AGT, they were looking to go ahead and take some shots, and Jobo is going to be getting the credit for that one, so the knock's going to come in. Can they find the finish? He does go ahead and successfully crawl behind the little bit of a hill that's going to be right there. So maybe an opportunity to find the res. It's going to be Oko. It's going to be on the Toxic. So if he can go ahead and take that zipline across, they're going to have access to that very quick res. But he is going to be separated by that zipline that's up in the open where he just watched his teammate get beamed off of.
That's a very tricky position. But yeah, it did look like Scooby just about broke the line of sight for the flush, so yeah, they might be able to just about get away with this. Hopefully he doesn't poke up over that ridge. And yeah, we saw AGT, they pushed him really well there. They waited to hear VT make that push outside, and swimming is very, very noisy in this game. So as soon as they jumped in the water and started splashing about, you saw AGT come in behind. They knew they'd be out there, and you're very, very vulnerable, whether you're in that water or whether you're on those zips. And I guess VT thinking they wanted to get out there and maybe get control of the airdrop, but I think it's actually going to be some of our other teams maybe going to come around on the opposite side of the map. And here we are with them, our sort of favorites at the moment, the team with the Mandelbrick, the team with the power position. This is FPOV, and that is Blake, just keep an eye on things from above. But they got some other players nearby. I can see yellows, that's LDS, just down below a little bit.
Yeah, as you can see, just off in the distance, FPOV, they have actually positioned themselves very, very well for this airdrop. It's going to be landing actually on this side of the map. But take a look at this little bit of a cove, this like cavern that it feels like it's in. How scary would it be to kind of fall down and put yourself in a position to go ahead and pick up that loot? And you can kind of see why LDS are posed up down here. The sight line that they have towards that airdrop is so good. It's pretty much what is preventing FPOV from just kind of jumping on top of that and looting it, because they're just so afraid of that angle.
And this is exactly what we saw in some previous tournaments. That angle, as you say, it's so strong from that sort of submersible vehicle kind of dock they have down on tide there. They can see right across, and to get to that airdrop, you've got to go down a zip or jump down behind it. You're going to have to use smokes to move off of it. And if you get knocked down there, it's a horrible little point where they can spam you to win there as well. So it's a big risk to go for. It looks like they're still considering whether it's quite worth that risk. And you can see AGT on our little screen there, moving inside, clearing up some stuff. As our teams, yeah, feeling out. LDS holding that position. Blake from FPOV, a little bit off to the north there. They've got a little split they're running. And as I see, little boss wandering around who can drop you very quickly if you're not careful.
Yeah, Blake's going to be separated because pretty much one of the main access points to this position is going to be up here, right? So he's kind of just playing for the audio cues. He's trying to listen to see if any of the other teams kind of take that giant zip line up to the top of that mountain. So he's pretty much just locked down that entire position for his team just by kind of sitting there. So great little note there as well. LDS, they're going to be making some rotates around the map. They have pretty much given up that position that we did previously see them in, where they were trying to lock down that airdrop. So something else is on their minds as it currently stands. And I feel like over the course of this Tide Prison, I think we've only seen like, what, 2 reds kind of pop up on the side of the screen. So looting-wise, for a lot of our teams, it has not been successful.
No, nothing major popping up. We saw a little, I think it's the neural device or similar, the little dangly keychain, so worth a couple of 100k. Little fight kicking off. This is FPOV. They've had Genius come in from above. They got Blake off to the side. Not sure they know he's just there at the moment, but this is Kilo. They want to come down and take this fight, and that airdrop is still untaken at the moment, and that angle that LDS had before is now free. So if one of these teams can come out on top, then we might see them go for that airdrop. And there's a lot of hackball, a lot of knocks util going off here, trying to get that first knock. No one managed to take the advantage yet. Still 3v3.
One of the biggest difference makers in a fight like this is just going to be experience. Like, I couldn't tell you personally where the angles are at that some of these players could be in, because when do you ever fight in a position like this?
Yeah.
But this might be pretty common for some of these competitive players who play through some of these scrims sometimes and know that a position like this is actually valuable because they do know where that airdrop actually lands. So, you know, we're kind of seeing some of these positions just flow naturally for the side of both of these teams as it currently stands. But a player like me, who's used to kind of just running around in public lobbies and everything like that, some of these angles would be so difficult to try to go ahead and sort through. It's like, where are those like cringe angles that I don't know about? Where can they kind of actually peek me from that could be scary? I feel like both of these teams, they've probably got a pretty good sentiment of knowledge as to where all of those angles kind of flow in from.
Yeah, both of them being, you know, pretty conservative about this, pretty sensible about this. There's not a huge amount to be gained from throwing themselves completely into the blender. They just want to try and get that first pick, and yeah, it does look like Genius might be deciding to back out of this one a little bit of a stalemate. You know, they'd rather find that third party. This is VT Selen, very close to LDS here, but not quite getting the angle to engage. Kind of amazed how teams have managed to move around this map so much without actually getting into a serious fight yet. Whenever I run around this map for more than about 10 seconds, I think I run into an enemy and get dropped, but a little bit of AWM ammo picked up there by Matthias. I'm sure he got that, but if he can find an AWM, that's going to be great.
Nox is going to be coming into fruition here, right? The disc going ahead and flushing out power from the angle that he was holding, but it looks like VT is actually going to be struggling to go ahead and find any opportunity for them to actually go ahead and follow up on this knock. They are trying to go ahead and find the angles, trying to go ahead and converge, but this is going to be a little bit of a room that LDS is going to be locked down into. The res cancel does come in, but Oko's going to be isolated out. He's going to be getting knocked right now. Now LDS and VT, they're in a 2v2 situation, but LDS have the edge because they have the knock. They have the opportunity to go ahead and get the res. The angle comes in. The knock does as well. The Nox is just finding so much value for both sides of this fight, but the push comes in, the return opportunity. He knows he has to push to go ahead and isolate the fight. He tries to make it a 1v1. He does indeed, but ends up falling. LDS are going to be the survivors and the winners of our first fight on Tide Prison.
Yeah, just caught at the end there. Nearly managed to balance things out. Got it very briefly to that 1v1, but just caught in the back as Selen was going through the door, and that is VT. Taken out again, wiped off the map. They're going to have a bit of time to go back to the drawing board and plan for the next game, for the next Mandelbrot game. And this is FPOV, looking at Blake's POV here, seeing if they're going to go for the airdrop. Or maybe one of them's gone down and grabbed. No, I don't think they've gone down already. They look pretty tentative, but we do now have Genius. They've rotated around from that fight we saw a minute ago on the mountains, and they've now got into that powerful position inside. So, yeah, that's a tricky one to deal with for FPOV.
I'd be curious to see what the game plan is here for the squad, right? Like, obviously they do have a big lead in terms of the competition as a whole, but you got to keep that momentum going. So what's going to be the right play? Maybe it's just all about denial, preventing teams from actually picking up this airdrop, because you got to imagine if you can actually prevent all of the other teams from finding any sort of insane value, then you're pretty much guaranteed to go into match number 4 with a giant lead still, because of how good match number 2 went for these guys. So something to maybe think about, but that's going to be giving away the position right there. As you can see, Genius, I think, oh no, it wasn't Genius that was taking shots. I thought it was Genius that was taking shots at that shark, but instead that was going to be FPOV. Yersei was probably picking off that shark, so that way if they do decide to jump down into the water to fight for this airdrop, they don't get third party by a shark. Good thinking.
I think maybe a few shots from each team on the shark there. I think maybe they were teaming up to get rid of it, but the shark is gone, and these teams are aware. And this is AGT. They're getting involved here. This is with #1 as well, MBO, and big fight going off here. And the AGT lost one. They just got Tuber and Yaku up, and they are pushing in hard. The flash is going off. Nox can't see anything, and that is everyone being dropped from MBO, wiped out of the game from AGT. That kicked off so quickly compared to some of these slow burning fights we've seen so far. And yeah, another team wiped off the map. AGT, they'll get that res.
Hannah from Genius has actually snuck out into the water, swimming away. I'm not sure if FPOV kind of heard this or saw this, so they're going to be jumping actually onto the extract, and is going to kind of be given the green light for the rest of their team to go ahead and make the same sort of swim. But oh my gosh, the line, the value from the Hacklaw scan is going to be coming out. Killo is going to be in grave danger, but I think he's going to be able to go ahead and deep dive to the bottom of the water over there. The shots are still trying to find their way in, but what an awkward fight between two teams. 50 seconds left on this helicopter extract. Genius seems to be interested in just that, extracting and getting out of here. What are FPOV going to do about it?
Yeah, very sneaky from Genius there. They did very well to get Hannah across uncontested there. That allowed them to put in those defensive shots there and let Killo get across. But that Hacklaw ultimate played at the right time there, just maybe by skill, maybe by blind luck. But as soon as you saw that little line just poke its way through the water, then that completely gave it away. As we see, this is AGT, one of them taking the bagless extract up in the top right. That's what we see in our little bottom right-hand corner there. So they're going to get someone off the map. Presumably they've loaded them up with all of the best loot, and they're going to extract and take a bit of value out. A little bit of time on this extraction point. I think once this counter ticks now, yeah, well, that is them off the map, right? So there's, yeah, 2 of Genius gone. They actually left 1 in behind. So that was Chins they've left inside. I'm not sure if that was a deliberate play or not, but yeah, Chins left. POV pushing in now.
Yeah, they're going to be fully aware of Chin's position now. He's going to be on the Viren, no armor left. He's going to be trying to isolate the fight here with the knockdown. The Nox this just barely misses, and FPOV have barely scathed away the little bit of a trap that Chins was trying to lay around this airdrop. They're finally going to have access to looting this thing after waiting for, what has it been, like 10 minutes? They've kind of been sitting up on this hill, and this is what it was all about. This is what they pretty much have sacrificed extracting, making moves anywhere else on the map, like pretty much just doing anything else throughout match number 3. They did it for what feels like a graphics card and a Rolex, which is going to be worth 500K, but was that worth it?
I think, as you mentioned a minute ago, a great observation. I think it was all about denial. You know, they wanted to make sure another team didn't get the gold vest or didn't get an AWM or didn't get a crazy red from that, and you know, it kind of worked out. They stopped that happening. So you know, they don't have a huge amount of value. They're not really going to be able to extract, but I don't think that's, you know, maybe a huge issue for, you know, FPOV and their situation in the round stage so far. But this is AGT. We just saw them wipe one team off the map. They've got 2 left. One of them went out through bagless, as we saw. So 2v3 as they consider having a little scrap here with their alias, and they're going to push.
1 minute left remaining. Oh my gosh, the Toxical in combination with the Noxel. That's going to be working so well. But FPOV, somehow they've made their way all the way across the map. Now the kills are going to start to fly in for both teams. AGT, they pick up 1. FPOV, they pick up another. No, AGT, they pick up 2. Now LDS is just going to have 1 member remaining who's going to be hiding over in the corner on the extract. FPOV, they've got to have blood in their sights, right? The only thing that they could find value for the rest of this match is going to be these 800,000 alloys per kill. But they have to find the remaining members.
And that's LDS finishing one off there. Just 1 left up for the team. Sackvolk here. Zildu is down. Empower is down. And teams running around the final 30 seconds of game 3 here. Trying to get those kills. Trying to get as much alloy as they can. 800k per kill they get. FPOV, they sensed some kill opportunity here. They smelt blood and they're moving in. They've got a full team here. They're the only full team up. There's only 1 from Genius, 1 from LDS, and this might be about it. They jump through, might be able to get 1, does get stunned though, and that's going to be it. And they don't quite have time to revive, but it's not really going to make any difference. as match number 3 is going to run out. Just the final one here. This is going to be genius. He's going to move in to find something. I think that's going to be just about it.
Match number 3 concludes. So we got exactly what we kind of predicted going into that one, Ben. A lot of sneaking around Tide Prison, a lot of probably unsuspecting fights, and obviously a big tug of war around those airdrops. FPOV currently in the lead as it stands. Match number 3, they were a little bit hesitant in terms of pushing any of our teams, but they do go ahead and secure some kills in the final moments over there. And as we know, they do get the airdrop as well. So I feel like they're still going to be in first place.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they were just playing it a little bit slower, like everyone was on that map. Obviously, the stakes are lower when you don't have the mana brick available. 5 kills for Agartha though, and 5 kills for LDS. There was some late on action we saw pop off there. A very quick wipe that came on for Agartha at one point. So that's going to get them I think some decent alloy going into the next game. They did manage to extract one player. I'm pretty sure it was them who sent someone out via Bagless. Yeah, and then they get the kills as well. 6 assists, 5 kills, 1,000 damage, and 4 million total assets. So that's going to help them out. We go into a Mandelbrick game next on Space City, and they're going to have a little bit more alloy to spend. 3 mil for Tuba here, and nice few kills there for each of our team players.
I do want to go ahead and mention, remember, AGT was that team that was playing in the museum basement on Brakkesh, and we were kind of surprised that they were one of those teams that actually came out of that one, what was it, like plus like 1.7 million assets, because they invested so little into that Brakkesh game. Now following that up with a Tide Prison here, where they were the team that gained the most assets with 4 million. I feel like AGT, for me as it currently stands, when we take a look at the economy specifically, they're in actually the best spot to go ahead and contest FPOV, who of course do have the leg up on them because they have already secured a mana brick. But in terms of economy, I feel like AGT is doing pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're going to have some good opportunity for spending going into this game, and I think we're going to see them, dedicate some money to that, because as we've talked about, 2 Mandelbricks ends the tournament. All of our teams, that's everyone apart from FPOV, they all need to kind of get a Mandelbrick next game, and they need to deny that win. We're going to have a quick break here, and then we're back with game number 4.
record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Delta Force Regional Tournament Season 1 Open Qualifier. Only one spot remains, and that's exactly what we are fighting for here today. FPOV is one of our teams that has an early lead and is separated from that qualifying spot by just one mana brick. And Ben, we are jumping into match number 4, and I think we both know what that means.
Yep, Space City is the first we're seeing of Space so far today. First opportunity for one of our teams, or for FPOV really, to win. If they can get that second mana brick, that's it. Game over. Tournament for today over. They're through to the regional finals. This is our leaderboard at the moment. They do have mana bricks, not shown there, but you can see here the squad points as well. Dominant performance really from FPOV so far. Agartha there, 22 points as well. They've got a decent amount of kills, and all of our teams really putting in pretty good performance kill-wise, some good aggression, but we're definitely going to see more of that as we go into space. And that's some of our priority spawns you see talked about, and here you see our round summary for the next few games, if we get to them.
Space City, Space City, Space City. That is what it's all about over the course of the next couple of rounds. And, you know, I kind of misspoke earlier. I was like, you know, we're going to be jumping into Tide Prison. I feel like Tempest is pretty useful in Tide Prison. A lot of people know that. I completely forgot about how much value that operator finds on the Space City map. So let's go ahead and take a look at our operator pool. Tempest is going to be available for every single one of our teams. I would not be surprised if we saw a Tempest kind of finding its way onto every single one of our lineups here. Luna is also very, very valuable on this map, as is Alluru. Both of those operators kind of give some of that the reconnaissance that you need, some of that lockdown from Alluru. And then, yeah, of course, you know, you mentioned it earlier, Ben, a lot of our teams are going to want some smokes in the mix as well to make capturing those mana breaks easier, to make the coding a little bit easier, and then just, you know, locking down some areas and making sure you can make some of those rotates easier as well.
I think it's going to be Stinger time for a few of our teams. He's got so much smoke he can deploy. When you combine that with, you know, Tempest being able to drop her bungee cords, run in there, try and steal the brick or grab the brick and then bounce back. We've seen a lot of that in the past. We'll see Stinger chucking down all sorts of smoke to allow you to get onto that brick position safely. And then, as you mentioned, Luna, we're going to see, Luna you have the Volt Arrows, you have Frags, or you have an Uluru with the Rockets and the Flame. And this is all stuff you can pile on top of that brick position to try and defend it or try and attack onto it. This is our predicted spawns. You see quite a few options available. The tier 1 are the rocket launch spawn and then the Westgate spawn. What we're going to see here is there's always some early action in that dormitory Westgate area as they desperately try and run in, keycon through that door before they get hit by the dormitory team.
Absolutely. Interesting to kind of see what our teams invest as it comes down to match number 4. And take a look at this FPOV. They are seemingly going all in across the board for them. They've got gold armor, they've got gold helmets, they've got those weapons that are going to be kitted out with gold ammunition. They're feeling good. They're on match point as it currently stands, and taking a look at the loadouts, they're going to be the favorites to go ahead and take home the second mana break early on.
I mean, FPOV, floor POV are not mucking around one bit. They have spent it all to go in there absolutely geared. And whereabouts have they spawned? They've got the launch spawn as well. It is a tier 1 spawn, so one of the safer ones. The ones who are going to have some early action here is going to be VT and number 1. Number 1 going to try and get in through this key card. And then VT are going to be putting pressure on them as they go through here, trying to get some hits. They're getting all of the U2 in. They got the flame on them. Oh, and one of them dropped out in the water. That is not good news. You're not going to get in from there. Enter a name, sorry, is just stuck on this truck here. Cook got in, and yeah, one of them having a swim. Didn't go quite to plan.
No, this is one of those hard spots to spawn from that Westgate right. Some of our teams know those lineups so well, and taking a look at the feed in that top right, I do see Genius is going to be picking up an early knock onto the team of LDS. It's going to be just one of those options on Space City where you spawn somewhere and so quickly and so early on can you be shot by so many of the surrounding teams, especially when you try to make some of those rotations into the center of the map, which is why, as it currently stands, I mean, you mentioned NBO, they've got 2 of their members that kind of made it in through Westgate, but they have one of their members still kind of stranded on the outside. AGT is actually going to be a team that's made it to the center, so they have a lot of priority as it currently stands. But remember, there was one other team who got one of those tier 1 spawns. That was going to be our favorites as it currently stands, FPOV. They spawned over by the rocket, and that's a pretty uncontested run to the center of the map. So with the mana break coming available in just 10 more seconds, let's go ahead and focus in on who's going to have early access to that mana break.
It's going to be between FPOV and AGT. We saw AGT, as we talked about before, had pretty good assets going in, so they're one of the teams with a bit more to spend. Premium coffee picked up by Chins there, and here we see Tempest running in from FPOV. They're going to go and try and get this mana brick straight away. Then get this, and they are taking shots, and it says not, but with the bungees, going to go back and be able to res safely from that, but that does deny them grabbing that mana brick. Worth to note, number 1 did get all 3 through in the end. I think they got lucky that VT didn't even notice.
Oh my
maybe.
Gosh.
And was that on the Tempest?
Yep, on the Tempest knock. Great coordination there from the side of AGT to go ahead and find that full onto that knock. But take a look at AGT's lineup right now, right? They're going to be one of the teams that is not featuring a Tempest. That being said, because they did go ahead and take out the Tempest that was going for the mana brick early on, they know that this area should be pretty clear, right? Look how many smokes that they are able to throw down with the combination of the D-Wolf and the Toxic. All they did a little bit differently than some of the other teams was that instead of using a Tempest to go ahead and have access to that mana break, they just pop the D-Wolf all. You run a little bit faster, you have a little bit of extra move speed, you can slide around, you have more spokes, and they're going to be our favorites kind of leading in to this first decode. Remember I mentioned it, Ben, they are also one of our teams that is in second place, and they are just barely behind in terms of total assets that they have been able to accumulate over the course of our first 3 matches. So AGT is looking like a solid kind of dark horse coming into match number 4.
I really love that approach they took there, rather than, possibly the only team on the map not running a Tempest at the moment. And instead of immediately going for that brick, they were playing this. We see Scooby nearly get dropped here by Empower. Does get taken down by teammate in the end. That's going to be 2v1. VT getting caught on the cross towards Central Command. yeah, playing that counter there, waiting for the other team to go with the Tempest, getting the shots, and then having the foresight to be ready with Uluru Rocket to drop it on top as well was really nicely done. That just gave them enough time to run in, grab that brick themselves, while FPOV were busy getting their res. And also, FPOV take a little bit of damage as well, though, probably drop in the vest when you Tempest in. You see a lot of these players do.
Absolutely. Now, as a quick reminder, match number 2, the first one that featured a mana brick for us here on the day, was never countered successfully. The first initial time it was placed in for decode, it never got stolen by any team. We are 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from having that exact same thing happen. Of course, there are teams that are starting to filter in towards the center of the map. Taking a look at our map view that we have available to us, to me and Ben over here, we have 5 teams that have now successfully made it to the center of Space City, with VT being the only team that is kind of on the outside. As you can see here, Sellen's going to still be towards that command center building. All of our other teams are going to start flushing in towards this mana break, but look at these choke points, man. They're so hard to control and push through.
It's just a horrible, horrible mana brick spawn to push this one. Very, very, very easy to defend, or very strong to defend. From this keycard room, you have the bulletproof glass. You can see where your team's coming from. You can see all the different angles. There is a tiny little hole they can try and get util through, but they're pushing in pretty aggressively here. Surprising to see teams going straight in. This is Genius going for it. They're trying to drop the util, and that's the first drop actually for Genius. Yeah, 2v1 now.
Great little pickup there from Chins. Now Yaku is going to be knocked, and Genius is just going to be making the play for the mana break. They're not even going to go for that knock right there. But on the opposite side of things, FPOV, they have joined the fight. Not only do they get the knock onto Chins, but they also go ahead, they touch the mana break, they seize it, and now it's going to be in control of them. 3 minutes is what the decode timer is now down to, because we have switched hands 3 total times as it currently stands. So Genius, in the mix of all the things, they're going to be the team that is left with just 2 members, as we kind of see them go ahead and try to pick up their member. Is he actually going to be able to get away with this? This would be crazy.
Yeah, I can't believe it, but they don't want to push out. They know the util's going to come in. It exposes them. I mean, it's going to be hilarious if we see them just go for the red sat there. Yeah, it's kind of really changed it up. 2 quick changes of mana brick, as you said there. That drops 30 seconds each time. This is MBO running with a Tempest now, and we're going to have another one. They have stolen that, and that's 2.5 minutes. And I think, what, maybe 4 different teams have been on this mana brick in the last probably 45 seconds of gameplay.
Yeah, now remember, every single time that a seize does come in from an opposing member, the decode timer goes down by 30 seconds, but it can only go down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. As it currently stands, we're at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So the next time a team sees it, it'll be at 2 minutes. And then if it happens one more time, we'll be down to 1 minute and 30 for the rest of the match. AGT, they have finally left the keycard room. They are trying to seize back the mana brick, and they have done that successfully. Now they're going to go ahead and hide away and close the door once more. I would imagine here, though, Ben, FPOV, their Tempest ult should be coming back up fairly shortly, so they're probably going to re-enter the mix.
Yep, ready for that to pop off, and then MBO aren't going to be far behind them, but nearly about 90 seconds left. These teams just have a little scrap. Everyone positioned in and around this building pretty much. We've got FPOV down just outside. We've got AGT in the keycard room. MBO sort of controlling the main part of the chamber of the testing range here. And this is FPOV just considering what they're going to do. And, you know, they've invested a lot of kit in this round. They've invested all of that gold gear, those M7s with a lot of money spent on them. You know, they want to close this out. They don't want to throw all that away.
What worries me here for FPOV, the Tempest ult is going to come in. I feel like they can handle the AGT team very easily with a Tempest discharge. But the NBO team is up in the rafters to the right. Oh, but they throw a perfect smoke to go ahead and prevent the shots from kind of coming in. But the util comes in from AGT. They go ahead, they open the door, they go ahead and let the Toxic ult fly with the shocks coming in as well from some of the other teams. And that's going to be perfect. FPOV, they're out of a Tempest ult. They're going to have no way to go ahead and contest this mana brick comfortably. And there are only 35 seconds remaining.
It's got to be on the other teams now, really, if they want to try and get this mana break. Do they let a team get it? They know that it's not match point at the moment. They would be alerted, and this is FPOV. They still need to get that res at the moment, and teams moving in. Yeah, they want to get this switch. They're not going to let them take it cheaply. 17 seconds on the clock. We've got MBO R on it. Are they going to manage to grab that? There is so much util going off, but it's still with AGT.
LDS, they're trying to get in the mix as well. They go ahead, they invest their Tempest ult, but they're not going to be getting it. NASA's going to find the knock. 3, 2, 1. AGT are going to be picking up the second Mando brick over the course of these qualifiers, and they're going to be preventing, maybe even a little bit more importantly, FPOV from securing their second Mando brick, but there's going to be a big fight here. Blake's left as a solo amongst all of the mix. He's trying to fend off the team of VT, but he knows that the res just kind of came in, or no, did it? He's going to take in the 1v1. He jumps out. He's going to be winning that. That's going to be a huge win for Blake. The full reset could potentially come in for FPOV, which would be huge for them, because remember, assets are still going to be an important thing throughout the rest of the day. And that's pretty much what all of our other teams are going to be focused on. We have 4 teams that still have 3 members remaining. And then we have FPOV, who has just a solo and 2 members, or no, not 2 members, only 1 member that is going to be available for a res, as their Tempest did get knocked twice over the course of this match.
Fully eliminated. Looks like they'll probably manage to grab the other revive. You saw them carrying them off there, and our other teams are kind of blocked in this building we're looking at now. So yeah, this is Blake carrying off Yersai to safety. Is the Stinger as well, so can get the nice high quality res to get them back to full HP, and that's going to be handy if they want to try and get some of this very expensive gear out that they brought into this game. But AGT taking that Mando brick, and great to see just that Mando brick exchanging hands so many times there. And you know, AGT, you called it. You said they're looking very strong coming into this, and I think we got 2 very strong contenders at the top now.
I absolutely love the way both of those teams are playing. We can see that they're both trying to constantly going for the Mando brick, and if we think about how this match went, I feel like the decisive factor was all the way back upon that initial Mando brick spawn, when AGT Nast specifically was able to actually prevent the Tempest of FPOV from getting that Mando brick secured with that angle. A little bit of a mistimed or misplaced disarm from the Tempest of FPOV kind of made them falter on that initial Mando brick and allowed AGT to get that initial one and take it over to that very strong decoding position.
And that very, very strong start there. As you say, it was AGT and FPOV had those 2 close proximity positions to the Mando brick when it first spawned in, had that early fight, and despite, I think, several, we saw MBO definitely got the brick at some stage. I think LDS had it. It was going back and forth between all sorts of teams, but AGT got that and got themselves into this room and were able to defend that eventually very successfully. That is Chins taking down Blake from FPOV. So that's just 1 left for FPOV now, and Chins is down. This Yersai on half HP here as well as the Luna, just backing up, trying to get a heal off.
Rough go at it here, match number 4 for our favorites coming into it. So this is surely going to mix things up. Now, speaking about mixing things up, we have not had any time to kind of rest for any of our teams here on Space City. The first half of the match was completely filled with chaos and fighting, focused primarily around that Mando break, of course, but now all of our teams kind of have to shift their focus over to that extract. Like, how many of our teams are going to be able to get out healthy and alive from a map like Space City? 3 minutes left on that primary extract here for all of our teams, which is of course going to be the main focus. As AGT got to be feeling good about securing the Mando brick, but job's not finished. They want to continue going. They want to keep the momentum rolling and potentially pick up a couple of kills on an unsuspecting NBO.
It does look like MBO are aware now. They're keeping an eye on those stairs. Still in that same building, we've seen all the action kicking off. Still up in the testing range. That's the top right of the 4 central buildings on Space City. You've got testing range, Black Chamber, Buoyancy Lab, and the Centrifuge. The rest of our teams a little bit spread out around the map. I think Yersai has given up on the trying to res Blake. Blake actually, you know, not in a bad position now, but Yersai is way over the other side of the map, maybe considering the bagless extract. We have one slot on that. Little jump peek here, but they're not going for it. And here comes the util.
AGT, they're trying to make the push up the stairs, but that's going to be something that seems impossible. Yeah, the disarm's going to come in, and that can hit almost the entirety of the stairs. Some trades are going to be coming in terms of the shots, but no progress being made in terms of position here for AGT. Going to be a tough one for them to make their way up the staircase. I don't know why they're so focused upon this specific staircase. Like, there are a bunch of other ways to kind of make their way over towards the extract, but I think what they have on their mind right now has got to be the kills, right? They know there's a team above them, They want that 800,000, and of course, as I say that, they're like, "Nah, Vivid, you're an idiot. We don't want anything to do with that fight. We're gonna go ahead and rotate somewhere else."
It's about to get a lot busier down in the plaza here. It's Genius who are holding the area. Jen, they got one up on the bridge, or about to go up on the bridge, and then Hannah and Chin spread out around the plaza holding different angles. LDS are going to come in through Hudson, and then we've got Yersai sort of poking around over to one side, and AGT, as you said, moving around, trying to find an angle as well. But it's Jen's to defend, so one extract here that can get out one team, maybe multiple, if we see enough smoke come down. We saw it earlier on Zero Dam, where we had multiple teams extracting from the same extract point, so maybe we'll manage to see that. But a little bit tricky here just with the big cross that you have to do. You need to get in close to drop that smoke, and even for anyone to get to bagless as well. Although this team will be out in 30 seconds. This extract is gone, and still 3 minutes on the round, so one more extract to play for after this helicopter goes.
You can see in our little picture down in the bottom right, we do have that last remaining member of FPOV, your side, trying to make its way towards the extract, and the flood comes in from a bunch of our teams. That's going to be AGT jumping out of the building, but they're going to be met to their demise as Chins goes ahead and successfully finds the first knock. It's going to be another knock on the Chubu, but Chins is going to be returning some of the fire, and so is Nast. I feel like he's been a consistent gun here for AGT and continues to find the knocks, but the extract is going to be going off right now, and I have no idea how many members in this lobby actually made it out. I think just 2 members of Genius made it out, and now Cook's going to be joining in on the action. Shots are popping off all across the map, Space City.
Yeah, we had 2. It was 2 of Gen, and then actually 1 of MBO managed to sneak on that as well. And we also saw FPOV. Yersai got knocked and wiped out. That's the end of FPOV. That was one of LDS players. Managed to drop them in the end. And so now we're just left with... Oh, it's a great hit there from Cook. That's some Zealdu from LDS. MBO going for another one here with Cook. Just the talk they got. Yeah, just 1 left up here. So 1 left for MBO, 1 for LDS, 2 for AGT. Or 3. They got the res as well, but... only 1 more extract left, so I think everyone's just going to be fighting this.
Would be an incredible feat for Cook to kind of find this last kill. He's already knocked 2 members of LDS with some great shots, but AGT is now going to be fully revived, and they're going to be having the information needed to go ahead and flush Cook out. Chuba is trying to make shots land, but he might not even need the shots. The nades are coming in. The D-Wolf nades are finding their value. Cook's going to be left in a hard place, and who better than Nast once again picking up a kill for the side of AGT. I cannot wait to see towards the end of this one the individual breakdown in terms of kills for the team of AGT, because I feel like Nast has just constantly been filling up that feed on the top of our screen. And listen, another one of those stories, man, where our team that picks up the mana brick, not only do they go ahead and pick up the mana brick, which is of course an incredible feat, but they kind of are the last man standing. Of course, they're not all going to be able to extract, which is not going to be ideal, but the fact that they're able to be the last ones standing means that they were able to pick up a bunch of kills. They have the momentum kind of going into the next match, and I feel like our conversation's got to shift towards the side of AGT now here, Ben, in terms of them being the favorites.
It feels very reminiscent of that game where FPOV picked up their first brick, where they did that. They wiped the map. Not quite as much time for them to run around and loot, and they can't pick up the full, full team extract this time. Obviously, just 1 slot available on the bagless extract. That's what Tuber is going to take. Tuber is going to get off the map. The other 2 members of AJT left there, so maybe not enough time to really min-max things, but very successful round from AGT, and I think our 2 strongest teams in this now have a mantle brick on their side.
Great stuff from our teams to go ahead and equalize from the side of AGT. Space City kind of went exactly how it was going in the past, man. Those Tempests come out early, they go ahead and get that early mana brick, and after that, those strong positions around some of these corridors, around some of these buildings, very, very hard to make any progress for any of our remaining teams. That being said, I feel like all of our lobby getting into the mix, getting into the actions for that single mana brick was awesome to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown, the leaderboard for round 4 on Space City.
4 kills for Agartha, 5 for Floor POV, our 2 strongest teams there. getting a bunch of kills on the board. A few for everyone, though, so that is a little bit extra alloy, even for the teams that were wiped, didn't manage to extract. That is going to give them some extra spending money, some extra pocket money going into Game 5. It's going to be another game on Space City. Garth here, 4 kills, 2 assists, 1,200 damage, and 2 million in total assets. So it's going to be interesting to see what they invest in the next game. If they didn't use a Tempest last time, they ran the non-Tempest, which was not often seen on Space, particularly the first Space Mantle Break game. So they still have 2 left. We might see them bring out a Tempest next time. Maybe the other teams start to run out of their Tempest opportunities. And there's Nast or Nasty. 3 kills, you called it. Doing very well this tournament.
Yeah, it's just been consistently finding all the kills at AGT. And he is applying pressure whenever, picking up, just stragglers sometimes. Then we also saw the incredible hold that the team as a collective had over that mana break when they were kind of playing around with the door, the utility, the toxic ults kind of flooding in as well. So incredible work there from AGT to, like I mentioned, equalize in terms of this match point. But now things start to get scary for the rest of the lobby. Anybody that does not have a mana break now has 2 teams that could end our competition early today. So they got to be on the lookout. They got to play aggressive.
Yeah, 2 very strong teams as well. Arguably the 2 strongest we've seen, performing today in terms of positioning, in terms of kills, in terms of balancing when to go in with the aggression and when to play things a little bit more conservatively. So yeah, this is going to be crunch time for everyone in the lobby. We're going to have a quick break and we'll be back with game number 5.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Welcome back, Delta Force fans, to the regional tournament open qualifiers. After match number 4, where we were all on the edge of our seats, we are left with just one simple question. How many matches are we going to actually be playing throughout the rest of the day? It could end in the next one. We could go the distance. Ben, what do you think?
I'm not sure I could see any of those other teams taking the Manda Brick at the moment. We've seen such domination first from FPOV, now from Agartha, so I feel it's going to end soon with one of those teams taking it. But you never know, it could be surprise. 14 kills for POV, 12 for Agartha. You can see they're pulling ahead. Still a decent amount for other teams. You know, number one, not a million miles behind, but definitely two strong contenders pushing themselves up to the top of that leaderboard. Floor POV have the advantage on squad points at the moment as well, but I don't see this one going all the way to the end. I think this is going to end on Manda Bricks from one of these two teams.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we saw this final map of Space City happen in round number 5. But if it does not, we will go to Space City once more. And then after that, if we do need a round 7, last place on the leaderboard gets to go ahead and choose their map between Brakkesh and Ty's Prison. So that'll be interesting to see. That being said, our operator pool looks a little bit differently than it does going into match number 4. Obviously, we saw a bunch of Tempest being used. We're taking a look at the popular operators, right? Obviously, we see Stinger's up there, Luna's up there, and, you know, of course, probably the MVP of some of these comps, Tempest as well. That being said, our team that secured the Mana Brick didn't even have a Tempest, so maybe a completely different approach from some of these other teams. Taking a look at the spawn predictions, we know that some of our favorites, FPOV, they got one of those T1 spawns in the previous match. So unfortunately for them, they cannot get another one of said spawns. AGT, FPOV, all eyes on you guys. What kind of loot are we bringing in?
AGT's turn this time to go in full gold with the M7s and one Val there. They're running the Tempest now. Tempest, Stinger, and a Luna. And then FPOV, we've got a Luna, Stinger, and Tempest. So same flipped around. Not quite as much gold gear for FPOV this time. I think they spent quite a lot on the last round. Interesting to note there from those spawns, Agartha, AGT, who got the Mana Brick last game, they didn't have a prio spawn last game. They spawned at Central Command Building, which, interestingly, is where FPOV are now. So Agartha, they're going to find themselves could have found themselves the better spawn. They're actually up in the northeast. We've got Genius, they got a prio spawn, and this is going to be LDS trying to get in through the west gate here.
Yeah, right. That lineup down for anybody at home that wants to prevent this rotate from coming in from the west gate. A full-on execution style play here from the side of NBO, but they're actually going to be unsuccessful. They had the lineup for the Luna Shock Arrow. They had the lineup for the Tempest Disarm, as well as the ability to go ahead and spray through the smoke. They did do some damage, but they did not go ahead and pick up any of the knocks for LDS. So they are going to be one of our initial teams having access to the center of the map. Now, you called it out very, very well, Ben. I'm taking a look at the map off to my side. FPOV, they are in the same exact position that AGT found themselves in the previous match. So they are currently, as it stands, one of the favorites to go ahead and pick up this minute break, but we are still 45 seconds away until that becomes accessible.
Much more cleanly through Westgate there for LDS than we saw in the previous game. I think it was MBO who sort of struggled to get through there. So, yeah, LDS with that, one of those prio spawns, they've got themselves in a decent position. And FPOV, as you say, same spawn as AGT from last game, and they've managed to get themselves down. If you have that central command spawn and you get quickly across that bridge and people don't watch that, you can get in the middle so fast with those zips, and that's exactly what they've done. And now we've got 15 seconds on the Manda brick. Actually, Genius have moved up here from the south as well. So we've got 3 teams in very close proximity to the Manda brick here. One of them would be on match point. That'd be FPOV. And there are other teams. They know they're not going to be getting the Manda brick first here. So they're just hanging around on the edge. And they're going to see what happens as the Stinger smoke starts to go down.
Yeah, I heard a bunch of temp assaults go out as well. Take a look at the kill feed real quick before we watch this mana break. Yaku with an actually finds a knock early on here. Genius, they're going to be denying this mana brick from the side of multiple teams right here as LDS. They're trying to pick up the mana break. He did. He got the pickup off. No, wait a minute. Who got the mana break? Because I think it's Genius on the side of Genius.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Yes. Wait.
They got it with the Tempers got, I think, just grabbed. Well, Tempers ran in there, got a knock on FPOV, then grabbed the mana brick and got knocked at pretty much the same time and bungeed it all the way back home. So that's, yeah, Jenna, they're all up. And maybe it didn't even get knocked. No, it wouldn't have had time to res there. So I don't think the Tempest even got knocked. I think Tempest just bungeed back just at the last second. But yeah, and interesting to see this Mandal Break deco position. This isn't one I've seen in the tournament that we did last week. So this is down horizontal test workshop near Bagless. Going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, the shots are actually already coming in here, right? VT, they're trying to apply pressure. They're trying to get into the mix because they were one of those teams that wasn't even near that initial Mandal Break spawn. And Jen Chins is in a great spot right here. Scooby's just going to be on the other side of that road, so he's not going to be seen. But what's going to be hard for a lot of these teams is that they now have to rotate from the center of Space City and cross that giant open area unless they have access to Hudson's little new corridor over here, right? So the cross for a lot of these teams is going to be super, super scary, which may just end up working out in Genius's favor. I love the fact that you called out that this decode position is one that we do not see often. I don't think I personally have seen it either. So this will be interesting to kind of see how our teams approach this, because if we haven't seen it, I mean, obviously these guys play more than us and scrim and everything like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those decoding stations that does not happen often, even in scrims.
I imagine they have, yeah, a lot less experience of trying this one out. Definitely nice to see, because we have the up-to-date, the latest Space City shots coming in as VT make the cross here, but they're a little wild, and they've all got a cross there. Hannah's keeping that trigger finger held down, but nothing comes of it, and VT have got a cross here very nicely. But yeah, lots of different, more routes are available. We can see MBO number 1, they're moving across through Hudson, through the docks. That's another route over to this area that's a little bit less exposed. I think AGT, they're moving around, they're looking for the bridge, suspension bridge. So other teams are finding their way in. It's just, as you say, a little more difficult because they're open plaza, but they've figured out some routes and we're going to see some coming in. But it is just a 1v1 fight going on at the moment, and LDS, they might catch FPOV making a bit of a cross here.
Yeah, they're going to try to go ahead and prevent that rotation. And just like I went ahead and mentioned prior to this, but the shots are going to be coming in now. Their position is going to be exposed, right? Their game plan is going to be soiled, and a simple smoke will go ahead and secure the rotation for the side of FPOV. And that's exactly what they go ahead and lay down. Now, LDS is going to be one of the last teams that has to make that rotation. They've kind of put themselves in a position to where they could have crossed earlier if they wanted to, but they decided to go ahead and opt to prevent other teams from making said rotation. And speaking about rotations, the side of Genius, they have absolutely abandoned the Mandal Brick itself in terms of its position. position. But the reason why they did that is because they wrapped around towards this backpack spawn, because they know VT has kind of infiltrated this area in general. So they themselves want to go ahead and put a little bit of a pincer maneuver onto the side of VT. They feel like they were not secure in terms of where they were sitting prior to this on the decoding station, and now they're trying to get active. They're trying to flush out VT so that way they can feel a little bit more comfortable.
I love this crazy little position. VT have got their whole team just hiding. Well, I don't know if they're hiding because everyone knows they're there, but they're all in this little nook, which you'd never normally go in. And then, as you say, Genius, they moved into kind of an opposition, leaving the Manda Brick a little bit open. Now they're starting to consider, okay, maybe there's some more players around. And we've actually got 3 teams. It looks like MBO, number 1, they're going to be the ones who make the move to try and take this Manda Brick first. As we see them move in, have to hit the deck. Does grab it. That is traded back. 3.5 minutes. Manda Brick now for MBO.
Keep an eye on our teams, FPOV and AGT, the only 2 teams that could end this competition early. And as it currently stands, both of said teams are the furthest away from the decoding station. So they've got some work to do as a knock comes in from the side of NBO. That's going to be Mateus onto the side of Genius. That's going to be Chins going down. But Hannah is kind of finding themselves in a little bit of a pincer, but holds off the side of VT, finds a knock over there, and it's going to be looking for the full with the Lunar Grenade, and the utility does not go ahead and find it. And unfortunately for the side of Genius, they are going to be losing Chins completely. Opportunity to res is there, but being the team that's backed all the way up, this has got to be scary.
Going to be a tricky revive on Chins there, unless they can get some smoke down potentially. AGT still holding this bridge spot. They came over the Eastern Suspension Bridge. They keycarded through there. That got them over here, but it's quite a big plaza for them to move across, as we do see the smoke go down and the body picked up. That's Chins, so looks like they should be able to get away with that one. We got MBO giving some overwatch from the bridge, and then this is FPOV keeping an eye on things from a distance from Hudson. You know, if they know that it's not AGT with the brick, they don't need to do anything crazy. And here's LDS, they're just, you know, keeping themselves nicely hidden, waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, we've seemingly ended in quite the stalemate amongst all of our teams. None of them kind of willing to make that initial push towards that decoding station, which leaves the question, once, you know, we get down to 30 seconds and all of these teams decide to go ahead and make their push, finally feel comfortable in doing so, is anybody going to be able to actually secure that seize, or is NBO going to come out of this one unscathed and successfully decode it?
It's interesting to see LDS are actually closer to the brick than MBO are. MBO have the brick at the moment. LDS are in front of them in this underground area, and AGT, they've rotated round here. They might actually bump into them because they're coming through the tunnels as well, as Genius are also creeping down towards that brick. There's about a minute left here, and this is going to kick off if AGT want to go through this way. None of those teams want to be the first to get into the big fight, but it's all building up to a point, and it's going to happen.
Genius have now completely switched up their gameplay. Remember, they were pushed all the way back to that backpack extract point, but now they push up to the bus that's just on the outside of the decoding station. Now LDS is going to be under fire from some of the utility from the opposing teams. Genius is now seemingly looking to go ahead and get in the mix. The smoke's going to come out. The Tempest is going to be running in for the decoding station, but a Luna shock is going to go ahead and stall Chins out. Another shock kind of comes in. The Invest is going to be coming in from NBO. Remember, this is the team that currently has control over the brick. He's trying to enter smoke. He's trying to prevent the Tempest from going ahead and getting that seize. He does find the knock on the Tempest. He's going to be sent back himself, so he's going to go have and get that res off. There's 20 seconds left for one of our teams to have to go ahead and hit this seize. It's going to be AGT. Nas is going to be diving onto the station right now, but shots are coming in. It's going to be prevented. 10 seconds left remaining. Now LDS, they're trying to get into the mix, into the smoke. Does he get the decode? He does.
They do, and AGT was so close to grabbing it there. I thought number 1, NBO might be a little bit distracted. There have been so many to and fro's, so many smokes going and fading, so many Tempests, so many bits of utility used, but it was LDS that managed to grab it in the end, and that is another one of our teams with no Manda Brick on the board. Now we're looking at AGT here, fighting in the tunnels again.
Yako finds a second knock with the arm so far throughout this game. FPOV obsessed. They're going to be up on the bridge. They're trying to get aggressive. They need to flush out NBO. They're going to be investing in the Tempest ult, not towards the decoding station, but towards the bridge position. They know how valuable this can be. The Lunar Shot comes in. It starts to apply damage. It reveals him, and Yursei is going to be able to pick up some easy shots right now. Now, FPOV, they also have position up on the bridge, but take a look at this. The other team that's on match point, AGT, they also found themselves with a very strong position in the tunnels. Also, quick note, this is the first time this has happened today. The decoding has been interrupted. Our team that currently had possession of the Mana Brick LDS, they went down. So the Mana Brick is currently paused.
That was whilst FPOV were busy wiping MBO on the bridge, AGT were busy wiping LDS under the bridge. And that is, that's why the brick got paused. I think it was LDS had control of it. So no one decoding right now. Teams don't have to panic quite as much. We've lost 2, still got our 2 strong teams in there. The 2 teams with Mana Bricks, AGT and FPOV. But at the moment, we're with Genius and VT. This is the fight that started it all, the original decoders. And Genius have 1 down, Kilo is down, just Chins and Hannah G versus the 3 VT. Look like they might be trying to get a little flank on, trying to find a new angle. This Genius position here, they're kind of stuck. They're not really going anywhere from there.
Great shots to find right there from VT Selin. Knows that there is only 1 member left. Luna Dart comes out, does not actually flush Chins out, but some of the following utility will do just that. Chins is trying to stay alive, trying to duck and cover, trying to find himself hidden in the bushes. He gets a knock, but not before quickly getting traded out. That's going to be a great trade from Scooby to go ahead and make sure that his teammate does not get fooled. And that's going to be FPOV Obsessed. He actually gets the knock onto Nas, which is huge because now they have full information on where the team of AGT is actually pushing from. On the counter side of that, AGT know that they got knocked from FPOV, and they also know where FPOV is.
Makes things very interesting. That was AGT using their Tempest ult, trying to make a play for the brick, getting knocked by FPOV from the bridge. So as you say, both those teams now very aware of who is nearby. Might not be quite so aware of who's been wiped, but they certainly have an idea there's been a lot of fighting kicking off. And we're now left with 2 teams that are on 1 Mandel brick, and then VT. 5 minutes on the match clock. These teams getting very involved now. And VT putting shots from the side as well. If VT go down, then one of these teams could win it with an unabandoned brick. As FPOV go for the steal or go to claim the Mana brick, and they do. 2.5 minutes.
Great job from them to go ahead. And what they did was that they seemingly looked like they were going to push AGT in the tunnel. So AGT started to play defensive and kind of prevented them from entering the tunnels, but didn't think about the decoding station. And amongst all of the chaos between FPOV and AGT trading shots, trading utility, VT is actually the team that ends up in possession of the Mana Brick. Now remember, the lowest the timer can possibly get for a decode is 1 minute and 30 seconds. The match timer may actually come into play here because if a team starts to decode the Mana Brick, but there's not enough time left in the match, then they're not going to go ahead and get credit for that Mana Brick. So keep an eye on that.
AGT repositioning here. They've gone out. They're jumping over the water. They might get caught from above by Yursei. This is going to be a strong angle, but they are ready for it. That's a very smart Tempest ult there. They know someone's coming for it, but still has that angle, and they're kind of stuck now. They're going to have to just fight this or try and counter it with utility. Going to be challenging, trying to cook the nade, but it's gone just way over. Not going to do him, and yeah, a bit of a stalemate here. AGT got themselves in a tough spot.
I'm worried for Yursei. There is an that's kind of holding that angle, right? You can see Yaku has that held out. If Yursei even makes some sort of a... What is this play from AGT? They just seemingly jump across. They no longer care about the strong angle that Yursei had, and they seemingly just say, heck it, let's just go with it. Tune back over towards the Mana Brick. FPOV, they are investing a lot of time to preventing this AGT rotation, and there's only 35 seconds left on the decoding station. They have to make a play for the Mana Brick, and VT are currently set up in one of the best positions I've ever seen to go ahead and defend a decoding station.
VT with the advantage here, just 20 seconds, and we might see these 2 teams decide to just let VT get it, but well, they're going to push in and try it. They know they'll win if they go for it. There's not much to lose, really, by getting stuck in. And there are only, we do have 3. Yeah, not long left, 5 seconds. Scooby going down on the Mana Brick. I don't think they're making a play. No, it's going to be VT. We're going to have 3 teams with a Mana Brick.
seemingly conceding it right there at the final moments was FPOV. It looked like they kind of set up to go ahead and push it without their Tempest thought, but decided to go ahead and bail out. Look, all of the kills are kind of coming in into the feed right now. It looks like FPOV, they picked up one of the members of AGT, but amongst all the mess, AGT also was able to go ahead and knock one of the members of VT. So some trades are going back and forth. Take a look at the investment from the side of AGT. They're going to be losing their because I can highly doubt that they're going to be able to extract out of this specific match with said as VT. They look to go ahead and get the res and potentially put themselves in a strong position to just go for some of these kills and maybe bolster their economy just a little bit.
VT also potentially with the option to send someone out through the bagless extract as well. They're closest to that if that's something they want to try and do. But I was watching VT play earlier on in the tournament. They hadn't managed to get a mana brick until now, but they'd been very aggressive in previous situations. They got stuck in. They hadn't been sort of waiting to the last second, and we kind of saw it again. They got stuck straight into this. They were in this fight from the start when we saw the mana brick brought over here. We see VT and AGT here scrapping near the extract. Yeah, VT getting stuck in there, and it's paid off, and they've got themselves up there with FPV and AGT where they have their mana bricks.
Yeah, our three remaining teams have seemingly switched their focus on a dime right here. They all know how valuable that extract could potentially be, as AGT Nas does exactly what he's been doing throughout the entirety of the day. Picks up a kill right there. Shortly after, Yaku's actually going to be able to find one onto FPOV, but I think that might have been a Tempest ult. So no worries there for the side of FPOV as some of the Luna utility starts to go ahead and reveal the positions of AGT, but the disarm comes in at the very, very perfect time to prevent Yersi from picking up some early shots onto the side of AGT.
Scooby off the map for VT during all of that, jumped out through the bagless extract, so no one else is getting off the map now. He's fighting to grab extra alloy from those guys, and a great shot from the Orm. There's obviously no point worrying about Orm ammo because they're not getting off the map and they're not going to keep that AWM, so why not use it? Why not try and get the kill? And that's Tempest knocked straight back. That is nasty by Blake. In the end, Yaku, the only one up for AGT here, fighting a lot of FPOV, two of them up.
Great disarm right there, successfully hits. They go ahead, they get the flush out. Great coordination from the side of FPOV. I would not be surprised if they have no idea that Oko, it could still potentially be a threat. Potentially did make some noise. Some early shots are going to be coming in. Obsess is going to get knocked, but Oko is going to be knocked down to half HP. He does not get the finish, which is going to be pretty important because Blake is going to be on the Stinger, which is going to give him the possibility to go ahead and res. But as I go ahead and get caught up in all of the action that's happening in front of me, I didn't even pay attention to the timer. We are out of time in match number 5. Me and Ben, we both agreed FPOV, AGT, it's got to be one of those teams that takes home the mana brick because they look so good. And surprised we are, VT secures a mana brick of their own.
It looked for everything like it was lining up to be one of those two teams ending the tournament right there. You know, we got down to 3 teams left. 2 of them already had a mana brick, but well played by VT. They had that little bit of advantage that the other teams know the tournament's not going to end if they got it, and managed to pay off in the end. Here we are, VT get themselves 4 kills and their first mana brick of the day. Floor POV coming in with 6. AGT grabbing 5 and just the 1 for number 1 in the end. Genius and LDS not managed to grab any kills that game. We just saw one of VT, I think, managed to go out through bagless. That is the only player to extract in that game. Not a very uncommon thing in these tournaments with the way it plays. This is VT again. Their 4 kills, 2 assists, 1,500 damage, and 1.2 million in total assets for them.
Great job from VT. All on the back foot, remember, of their initial position that they decided to go ahead and enact when that decoding station first got activated by the side of Genius. They wrapped around to that backpack extract, and after that, they were in such a good spot. They kind of just ride out from that position for the rest of the match. And you also mentioned it. Not only did they go ahead and get that mana brick decode because of the position that they were able to secure, but they also got one of their members out via that backpack extract. So they got to be feeling pretty good going into match number 6. And we're just a couple matches away from getting our wish of going the distance.
That's going to be a huge confidence booster for VT going into that. You know, they've been aggressive and now they've got the rewards from that. And we've got 3 teams with mana bricks going into our next game right after this break.
how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Oh, can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse. Class, Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging! Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
The storm is coming.
Everly, a Havoc recovery is on the target. Acoustic signatures match your mark signature with high accuracy.
Record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
The boiling point here on the Delta Force Regional Tournament Season 1 Open Qualifier has officially been reached. 3 of our teams have secured themselves a mana break, and with only 2 matches left to go, somebody is going to be booking their ticket to the regular season group stage, and we only have one spot available. Who's going to take it home, Ben? I don't even know anymore.
Just one spot left, as you say. We've got VT now joining the Mandelbrick Club. 3 different teams with that brick that could end it in this next game. One more Space City game, and then we'll see where we end up from there. Here's that leaderboard. The 3 Mandelbricks for AGT, Floor POV, and VT, our new Mandelbrick owners. 20 kills, though, for Floor POV. You can see the difference in squad points. Pretty huge here. 45, 33 for the top 2, and then just down to 19. Remember, if no one gets the double Mandelbrick, squad points is what's going to come into it between those teams tied on a Mandelbrick. So if it went all the way and ended game 7, no one had 2 Mandelbricks, Floor POV would currently have that advantage. Squad points is a combination of your kills and then 1 point for every million of your assets. So worth keeping that in mind. We're getting towards that point, but I mean, I said it last game, I can't see it going another game without one of these teams winning it, but it went another game.
Absolutely. And yes, here we go into round 6 of Space City. An opportunity now for 3 of our teams to go ahead and secure their second Mandelbrick, win the match entirely, and qualify for the opportunity for 3 of our other teams to deny just that. Our operator pool is starting to dwindle. You can see the not availables are starting to come in heaps, especially down the column of Tempest, which is a pivotal part of a lot of these team strategies. I got to go ahead and mention it, right? AGT, they got to be feeling like favorites to me right now because they have been one of those teams that has proved to be versatile in terms of operator pool and in terms of approach to the Mandelbrick specifically. That being said, most popular operators still remains to be Luna and Tempest and Stinger, but you can only use those operators 2 times. And with 2 Space Cities down, you got to imagine the go-to comp for all of our teams has to have been used. Take a look at the T1 spawns. This is kind of crazy, Ben, because we have AGT, Floor POV, and Voltaic, all with the possibility to get one of those T1 spawns. That being said, it's listed as T1 spawns on the map, but I feel like that T2 spawn, that central command building, has just netted the position around test range and around Black Chamber that a lot of our teams have actually needed to get the approach to that initial Mandelbrick. So keep an eye on who spawns where as we jump in to the 3rd rendition of Space City.
100%. That spawn has been very strong up at Central Command. Here's our loadouts, by the way. Full gold for VT this time. Bit of gold for MBO. A little bit of gold for Gen. And purple for most of the rest of us. That's purple for AGT and for FPOV here, which is interesting to see. Also, Tempest for VT and for AGT, but they don't have one available for Floor POV. So they're running a little bit of a different setup here. So they had a Toxic in there, an Uluru, and then the other team's going to be able to Tempest. So, interesting to see how, pretty much all of the Mandelbrick swaps we've seen come in so far, they've involved a Tempest and a pair of elastic ropes. I think I saw a SATCOM thing on the side there, so we skipped away. But here's our first early fight. We'll see who's going in this time. It's going to be VT going through Westgate. FPOV got the launch spawn again. AGT got that central command spawn. So all 3 Mandelbrick teams here going to be pretty quick on the brick.
Feels like a repeat of match number 4, right? Like those initial 2 spawns were the exact same for FPOV and AGT, but we know how it went when this did happen. AGT, they were able to actually deny the pickup of that initial Mandelbrick from the approach from FPOV. So we'll have to see if FPOV makes any adjustments. We'll have to see if AGT can kind of repeat the same success that they had. And we'll have to see if VT makes a name for themselves here in the open qualifier.
FPOV have come in a lot more slowly than I expected from that launch area. AGT have got very aggressive. Keep an eye out for angles on the bridge here. You can get some good shots as people cross over the suspension bridge, but it's going to be VT and AGT fighting initially over the brick, but we also have a little third party in the middle, which is going to be Demolin, or Desmolin, with her pair of little battle tanks to get involved and make life a little more difficult for our players. 30 seconds on the brick to come up as we see Genius here. Have a little look in a safe.
Looting in a time like this, I couldn't be asked, I won't lie. I guess the economy still does matter for some of our teams, but on the opposite side of the leaderboard, right, it feels like some of our teams have been able to just go ahead and kit themselves out pretty consistently. Taking a look at the left side of your screen right here, AGT. Looks like they've got lineups for the smokes in terms of where the Stinger smoke they want that to land. Again, remember, AGT, they had a D-Wolf last time. They had this exact same situation. This time they're going to be having the Tempest, so same idea, but a little bit of a different approach. But look at this. The smoke potentially might have missed. No, I think it's actually intentional to go ahead and land on that ledge. The Denial's going to be trying to come in from VT. He's going to be winning the fight right there. Nas is going to be caught off guard. The Mandel Brick was successfully voided by both teams. So now AGT and VT have gone all in and denied each other.
Yeah, very interesting to see them.
No way.
See Scooby going in.
Oh my.
Whilst the teams are resetting, gonna get a free grab of it here. Look at that, just running in. No ropes required. Stinger running in with a smoke. Thank you very much. And that's the Mandel Brick for VT. And they're probably going to go straight to this room downstairs. No, are they going? Where are they going to go and decode this? Maybe going to go and try the outside one. Could get 3 different Mandel Bricks for decoders going on over 3 games here. I don't believe it.
This, to me, is kind of like that OG decoding spot, the one that every single one of our teams seemingly decided to fight for. I've seen so many moments kind of happen around that little cubby. How hard is it going to be for our teams to actually go ahead and decode this? Because any form of utility is pretty much guaranteed to land when there's just not a lot of room for you to go ahead and work with. Now, remember, this is VT. They already have 1 Mana Brick secured. So if they go ahead and successfully decode this, that's it. Wrap it up. We're done for the day. They are going to be our sole qualifiers from this match. Also, as a quick note, it is important that all of our teams do know that a team on match point did pick up the Mana Brick. They are kind of given a message that lets them know said thing. So they are fully aware of what is at stake as it currently stands.
Absolutely. They know that it will end if VT get this decode. So yeah, they went for this decoder. I was a little confused as to the side they were on. This is why they went for this decoder, because they were on the centrifuge buoyancy side. So that's the available option to them. They weren't over on as AGT on the test range or the testing range area. That's where the little bulletproof glass keycard room decoder is that we saw a couple of games ago. So this is the other option, our third different option. And team starting to close in. AGT a little far away. VT holding the brick. And then we've got LDS, Genius, and FPOV all very close in as LDS takes some shots.
There's a giant flank coming in from the side of Genius right now. They're trying to go ahead and flank the team of LDS. I don't think LDS has any idea that there's a team just on the outside of this door. So if they decide to go ahead and just rotate carelessly, I think they will meet an early demise. They are starting to be just a little bit more careful, but eventually they're going to have to make something happen. And so is the rest of the lobby, by the way. 2 minutes is all that is left on a decoding station. VT is trying to go ahead and defend their qualification spot. FPOV, AGT, the remaining teams as well. They've got to prevent this.
And how do FPOV try and push this with no Tempest? It's so tough. VT have one, AGT have one, but no Tempest for FPOV. They're just going to have to try and play it by getting knocks. They're going to have to try and get smoke in there, get U2 in there, and they're getting aggressive. We can see that straight away. This is Selen trying to come around again out with that drill charge. Could be devastating here, but there's so much smoke down. They just can't find an angle. And very nicely placed concrete there by Uluru. Good defense.
Yeah, they thwarted the push from the Tempest, but remember, they don't have to make anything happen. VT is just thinking, how do we go ahead and stall these guys out for any amount of time? Because we are the ones that are currently in the advantageous position. 1 minute and 15 seconds is the deciding factor right now. FPOV, they're trying to go ahead and flush Oko out of his very strong position. But look at this. Selen's going to land the shots on Yersei. FPOV, they're left with 2 members. But VT, they're not even going to push this. They don't have to. They just got to play defense for a minute longer.
Just 1 minute for them to win it here. They've also got Desmond's tanks guarding as well to add some extra chaos to it. It was a huge knock for them to grab there on FPOV to set them back. And AGT surely need to get in, and they are getting close here. They know this is going to end. It would be a huge upset for these other 2 teams that got the first Mandel Bricks if VT take this with just 35 seconds on the clock, as every team in the lobby is closing in on this position now.
Absolutely, but VT, they're starting to run out of spots where they can hide. Scooby is going to find his demise, and AGT is finally joining in on the mix. Their Tempest is going to be running in towards the decoding station while all of the action is going down. Now AGT are going to be the team that successfully is decoding. Selen, Scooby from the side of VT, our initial decoders, they're both going to be knocked, and that's going to be to the hands of NBO, who have decided to join the fight, but a jump spot from Matthias. He's going to be seen OKO hiding underneath of the staircase. And now VT, one of our teams on match point, is out.
35 seconds away from qualification to the regional tournament there for VT. Doesn't work out, and that's Genius losing Kilo there. Still got Hannah and Chins up, but great play from Matthias getting the shots through the door. Gonna have to back up there, but they may not decide to push in as Enter a Name gets set on fire. But yeah, VT wiped out. There's the tank still playing a part as the boss hasn't been killed yet, but a very sneaky steal of the brick there from AGT. They've taken up their position to just wait and see what happens, but Cook's moving in, and looks like Cook's going to grab it pretty freely here. I don't think anyone's actually contesting that. They got the drill charge to block, but it doesn't work. Now the bricks for MBO, not match point anymore.
A little bit of a late disarm right there. I think that's on the side of AGT as NBO seems to continue with the same exact game plan. Push, push, push. They have already successfully cleared out the team of VT. They also got a knock over on the side of Genius, but they were able to go ahead and reset. And now look at this, FPOV. They've been pushed back by NBO as well.
Still full teams for everyone on the map. Obviously, we lost VT, but everyone else has got all three of their players up. AGT, kind of surprised they gave that one away. I guess maybe they also felt that it was a little bit early to full commit everything to go and counter that. But that has switched it to MBO. They've got 2 minutes 20 on the decode, and not really many people actually watching the bricks sort of directly here, apart from, well, Havoc Auto Tank. But yeah, FPV and Gen kind of fallen back to have this fight as we see LDS. They're just watching from the ramp here, and then MBO in that little staircase area with the bulletproof glass. Keep an eye on things, but get ready for someone else to make a play. People waiting for their utility to recharge, waiting for their Tempest ropes to come back, waiting for their smoke, and then we see a big smoke come down from AGT.
Yeah, they're trying to get involved right now. Same exact strat. Tempest onto the decoding station. Allure Molly to try to go ahead and combat that, and it does just that. Now, NBO, they have successfully went ahead and defended one of the only remaining Tempest left on the map, which is going to be pretty much the hardest thing for them to defend. So they're going to be feeling good about that. An absolute great use of a utility from the side of FPOV. Yersay, they're going to be finding a knock on LDS, and this is great for the side of FPOV because if they can get access to this ramp, their position in terms of where they currently stand would improve greatly. That being said, 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the decoding station. NBO is looking like the favorites right now. Genius, they've got to get into the mix.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw AGT there. They used up their Tempest ult, so that puts them on the back foot. Genius decided to move out and get aggressive on. They finish off LDS, but there's still FPOV down the bottom of the ramp. And are they going to have enough time left on that smoke to actually go in and counter here? And it's going to go for it, but MBO might be distracted. They might distract. They took a knock from FPOV there, and that has switched it. And now Genius have the brick.
FPOV has been the demise of multiple teams, but it's the same play, right? They just keep flanking all of these teams in their positions. Genius Chins, he's going to be joining in on the action, kind of helping out FPOV on the other side of things. Now NBO, the team that just recently had control over the Mana Break, they're going to be left with just one player remaining. AGT is also making a rotation of their own. They are no longer confident in their ability to go ahead and secure the decoding station from that little doorway that they were kind of using the Tempest ult from. So they're going to be doing the same exact thing that FPOV just did. They're going to be wrapping all the way around and looking towards the access point at the bottom of this ramp. But take a look at the map on the top left side of your screen. FPOV is still there at the bottom of the ramp. These two titans of teams who were coming into match number 5, match number 6 with Mana Bricks are about to meet.
They are coming up right on top of each other here, and that leaves Gen and MBO, the two teams without a brick so far, up around the brick decoding station. 90 seconds left for it to go. At the moment, it is in Gen's hands, but yeah, this is that fight we saw building up, AGT versus FPOV, and it's kind of stalled this flank a little bit. It'd be interesting to see what happens up at the brick while this is all going on. MBO have lost one player, so there is a 3v2 up there, but these teams both still full contingent. Pretty good gear going on as well as we see them. Yeah, maybe just rethinking that a bit. They saw the flank wasn't clear, and they've decided to go in another way here.
on a larger scale of things, this feels exactly what happened in last match, right? FPOV and AGT, they kind of met. They prevented themselves, each other, from rotating around. And whilst they were kind of doing this back and forth game, some other team was just able to go ahead and pick up the decoding. That's going to be a great molly from Hannah to not only go ahead and apply some pressure to the side of NBO, but pretty much force them out of a position to where they could apply pressure to the decoding station itself. This is going to be genius. They're trying to defend the mana break. There's 30 seconds left. AGT, the Tempest ult, it's failed again.
Brilliant defense there from Hannah to get on top of the brick and be ready for that, to put the pain on the Tempest. That stops AGT again. Now FPOV are running in there. They're trying to get there, but there's only 15 seconds to go. Everyone running in. Hannah still on the brick. There was a molly dropped, but I think got away with it in the end. And that is just 6 seconds left. I think this is going to go to Gen. It's going to be another team on the board with a Mountain Breaker. I'm not sure I believe it, but Gen have got one, and that is 4 teams bricked up going into the last game.
Bunch of fails to go ahead and try to thwart the defensive of Genius. They did a great job. Matthias is like, how the heck is my Molotov not hitting Hannah? He's going to be laying on top of the decoding station. A little bit of a trick right there, but a lure rocket is definitely going to be finding itself worth it as Matthias finally goes ahead and picks up the knock onto Hannah right now. The push does come in onto the side of Genius, but just a little too late as they've already went ahead and picked up the brick. And take a look at this. Havoc auto tank is still here, is still present.
Yeah, that thing's been causing a lot of trouble the whole time, really. No one wanted to get rid of it because it's a nice little distraction. But yeah, interesting fight. As you pointed out, FPOV and AGT kind of bumping into each other again and stalling their progress, and that sort of stopped them maybe being able to get in and contest for that win. AGT did keep trying. We saw them Tempest in there several times. At least twice we saw that fail to different defenses from different teams. Didn't manage to grab it, and it's so hard to get that brick when you've got Molotovs from Uluru flying on you the second you go for it. You've got someone sat on top of the brick. And, well, we could see totally different map for the final game, right? That's going to be another last team chooses. Team in last place chooses the next map, right?
Yes, indeed. It'll be interesting to kind of see how that one ends up panning out before we do make it to match number 7. Some of our teams are still going to be interested in fighting it out, picking up some extra alloy to make sure they are going to be fully loaded going into that last match. I do think we've kind of hit the point in this competition where all of our teams should be pretty healthy in terms of the alloys, but a little bit of momentum never hurt anybody. As you take a look at the map, FPOV, looks like they're kind of setting themselves up over towards the backpack extract. Also, you made this point, Ben, coming into this match, that if we do go to match number 7 and no team picks up a second mana break, it'll come down to the squad points, which is on the back of kills and assets obtained. So these kills, these assets obtained that could be potentially secured by some of these teams, they're actually a little bit more important than we might be giving them credit to.
Could be huge, particularly for AGT and FPOV. They're the ones who are leading out ahead with the squad points. VT were a little bit behind, and they're obviously out of the game right now. That's going to put them on the back foot. So it's really going to be between any of the teams with a mana brick. They'll be ordered first, and then those squad points. And FPOV, they had a bit of an advantage on AGT, but if AGT can get some good money, maybe they can close that in a bit. We haven't seen quite how many kills everyone has. In FPOV, they have extracted some. They banked some cash and sent one out through Bagless.
Love that for them. Would love to see the duo to kind of try to get into the mix and all of this action right now. Look at the damage that Molotov was just able to do. The utility from NBO was great. It actually almost took out 2 members of AGT. They were left with just a sliver of HP. But the push down the staircase is going to be very, very hard for NBO to pull off. And whilst they've kind of been thwarted, pushed back into this room, the team of Genius, who has kind of gone silent over the past couple of minutes after they secured that mana brick, is looking to rejoin the fray.
5 kills on the board for Genius as we see FPOV getting pushed hard, and 2 of them taking down Yesai. Well, that is everyone taking down Yesai already off the map. So FPOV now fully off of the map. 2 of them eliminated, 1 of them extracted. And we'll go down to Genius, AGT, and MBO. 2 for AGT, 2 for MBO. And all 3 are Genius, our new Mountain Brick owners. Just roaming around to see if they can get Matthias out here.
we just talked about the importance of some of these kills. We know that FPOV is in first place in terms of those squad points, but we also know that AGT was not far behind them. The duo of FPOV kind of investing, trying to run it down and get some of those kills, actually just gave away 2 of them to AGT. So that could be a point of contention, right? A point where this match in its entirety might have swung in the direction of AGT. We'll have to take a look at the leaderboard after this match does expire, but as it currently stands, Enter Name is currently backed into a corner. The utility's coming in. Genius is trying to put the pressure down. There's trades coming all around, all across the board, but it's going to be Genius who comes out on top. They're going to be successfully taking out NBO, but not long after AGT, they're looking to rejoin the mix.
They want to get stuck in there, but a huge hit on Tuber as they poked up the top from the bulletproof glass there, but the quick heals from Stinger able to get them back on full HP pretty quickly. And then Yaku's turn to take some hits on that corner. Such a brutal position to push this on either side through this, up the stairs, through the bulletproof glass is nasty. But it's just AGT and Gen fighting as we're here. The Tempest going, and they're going to be coming up and trying to push this, maybe going for a little flank round through the doors I see here, getting another angle. It is a 2v3, so they have the numbers. They didn't get the res here, and we've just got 30 seconds left on the clock as they charge in.
Remember, AGT has already kind of picked up some of those early kills on the FPOV, but Genius, they finally find some footing here in this 2v3. They pick up 2 members. Now the odds are in their favor, 2v1, but Nast is on the opposing side of things and continuing the narrative that we've seen throughout the entire day. The guy is just unstoppable. The M7 in hand, he wins the 1v2 is a little bit of a highlight reel. Buzzard beater as well in match number 6. That's going to be huge for not only the morale, but also for the leaderboard towards the end of things. Things are starting to get crazy here over the course of this open qualifier, and I can't believe I'm going to say it, Ben, but all it's going to take is one more match. It all comes down to match number 7.
Yeah, final game coming up. Great finish there from Nas. We've seen him slaying all day long and then picking up the double right at the end there, making himself the last player remaining on the map with just a couple of seconds to spare before the match ended as well. So could be valuable points, as you said. Very interested to see what those squad points are going to be as we go into the final game, because they could be critical.
Absolutely, yes. And we're going to get that breakdown for you guys. See how that one kind of went. We know how that one went for the side of Genius. They picked up the mirror break. They picked up 9 kills over the course of that game as well. Incredible feat from them. Taking a look down towards the leaderboard, we had AGT. We know that they were in the mix. They picked up 4 kills. Team at number 1, also NBO, kind of joining the mix right there with 4 kills of their own. And FPOV picked up 3 kills. I feel like the assets gained is kind of flying on the radar for us, right? The fact that FPOV picked up the most assets gained is going to help out their squad points considerably. But these numbers are crazy from the side of Genius. I mean, 9 kills. I don't know what the most we've seen throughout the day is, but it definitely has not been up there. I think the damage done is really what kind of sets the tone for me. 2,800. I'm pretty sure over the course of the other matches throughout the day, I think the most we saw was like 1,600. So they did such a great job. You can see the kill breakdown for the side of Genius individually, but listen, they might have been 4-4-1, but it looked like they were just one cohesive group. As soon as they got access to that decoding station, they did not give it up. And as a result, we're going to game number 7.
And that's kind of come out of nowhere, really. We haven't had much opportunity to really talk about Gen as they've gone through today's tournament. And then, as you say, just totally switched it on from nowhere in that final game, or that last game that we just had. So, you know, maybe making themselves contenders. We saw how close VT got to winning the whole thing. They were 35 seconds away from winning, so it could go to any of our 4 different teams now. We're going to have a break, then we're going to jump in for the final game.
record their movements. I'll find them.
Target acquired. Staging retrieval.
The signal's blocked. I can't pinpoint their location.
Guess it's up to me then. The echo of truth cannot be silenced.
Warning. Control system compromised.
You want to know how freedom is made? Patience. Violence. Struggle. Evolution. Transformation. Combat. Liberation.
Take Subject 42 alive.
Welcome back from our final break of the day. That's right, we only have one game remaining here on the Delta Force Regional Tournament Open Qualifier. Only one spot qualifies, and we have no idea who it's going to be. I wouldn't have it any other way. Me and Ben have been having an absolute blast. These teams are showing up and showing out.
All bets have been off today. Everything we've tried to call when we thought someone was going to take it, someone has come out and surprised us. VT did it first, then Genius. They've now got themselves a brick, as we can see that leaderboard. Still 10 points in it. I think that gap is slightly closed between Floorby and POV and Agatha there, so it's not an insurmountable amount to try and close down. Then 8 points down to Genius and 15 to VT. So still going to be Mandelbrick's team's going to be going for, obviously, that's the main priority. But if we do have a draw, if no one gets that second Mandelbrick, squad points is the next metric. And as you say, Vivid, one spot only goes through.
Absolutely, yeah. It kind of looks like the squad points are going to be combined between your total amount of assets and millions that you have and the total amount of kills that you've went ahead and secured throughout the course of the day. And the vote is in. If anybody was not tuning in prior to us kind of tuning in right now, round 7, this map specifically is a toss-up, right? The last place team on the leaderboard, if we do make it to game number 7, gets to choose the map. And they went ahead and chose Space City. So they want to continue to play on the map that we have seen the most today. They want to continue to feel comfortable. And speaking about being comfortable, the operator pools are all but dwindled down to just a few options left. Let's take a look quickly at Floorpop, right? They've got Vyron, they've got Toxic, Shepard in the mix. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't seen these comps from a lot of these teams so far today. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what nuances we see. I'm sure we'll see some things that we were not expecting, obviously. Still remaining some of our most popular operators as they were used up very, very quickly. Luna, Tempest, and Stinger. I'm not 100% sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if all of our teams have exhausted all three of those operators as an option.
I think this is also really interesting to look at. These spawns have really mixed things up. And if you get one of those good spawns, it can really help you get into that dominant position. early on. As we said, maybe, you know, that tier 1 spawn on Westgate. I'm not sure how I feel about it being tier 1 because sometimes it can be a bit sketchy, but we did see team get through there successfully last game. They got through cleanly. It can be done. That north spawn on Central Command, very powerful as well. Those are the ones we're going to see get close to the Mandelbrick early on. So 4 different teams now with a Mandelbrick to their name. They're going to be hoping they get probably one of those 3 spawns. If I was on one of those teams, I'd probably be hoping for the launch position or Central Command, I think.
Absolutely. This is the final game of the day. Everything is on the line. For one team, they'll be qualifying to the group stage. For all the other 5, they are eliminated. What are our teams going to be geared up with going into the last match? It looks like Genius, the team that just secured their Mandelbrick, they're looking like they're the most geared with 2 members in full gold. I see NBO, their Tempest has picked up some gold as well over there. So we do have some members that are kind of trickling in, kind of picking up those last remaining gold kits. But obviously most of their teams, they're going to be geared up in purple. And we're going to be jumping right into the action. We're going to be checking out who spawned where, who's going to have early access to the middle of the map, as that is going to be a big contentious point for all of our teams.
Final game of the day, and here's AGT. Just if you're wondering about the operators, they do reset for game number 7. Forgot to flag that, so all our teams have full operator choice for the final game. That's why you're seeing all of these Tempests back in action. The Tempest Luna Stinger combo going to be very popular in this game. So bit of a free-for-all with operators as we see LDS make it inside safely through Westgate. Interestingly, 3 of our Mandelbrick teams with unfavorable spawns there. AGT at Dorms, VT up in the northeast, and then FPOV over in Assembly Room. So it's going to be Genius and LBS who are able to get into the middle near the Mandelbrick, and then MBO just creeping up as well.
Love that flag from you there. Yeah, wasn't aware that the operators reset. That is super cool. So when everything is on the line, right, when we were in the last game of the day, all of our teams should be feeling pretty comfortable on not only their team's comp, but also their personal operators. I kind of mentioned it when we started today. I myself find myself the most comfortable when I'm playing on Luna because I just consistently spam that operator. And I'm sure all of our players kind of playing today we kind of feel the same way. 30 seconds, though, until our Mandelbrick becomes active. And I'm kind of taking a look at the map. Genius, I feel like, is one of those teams that is in the best spot. That's kind of in between Black Chamber and Firing Range because it has one of the best access points over towards that Mandelbrick. So we'll have to see how this one pans out and see how our other teams kind of filter in here and where they position themselves to go ahead and try to get a hold of this brick early.
And Oko from VT actually picking up one of the first big reds we've seen for quite a while. Actually, our teams have been so busy fighting over Mandelbricks and killing each other that a 1.2 mil phonograph grab for VT there could come in useful for them. Well, they're a little bit behind in the leaderboard for those. And the brick is grabbed initially by Gen. They've got first dibs on the brick, and they're up in the testing range, so we're likely to see this go straight down to the little keycard room, the testing range glass room, and they're going to get this one decoding back in the classic. We saw this decode station used a lot last week, and I'm sure the team's been using it a lot throughout the week and their other battles, and we're back here once again.
What better way to kind of close out the competition? Remember, you might be wondering, like, oh, why are you looting like that? That doesn't really matter. Well, it could end up mattering because if the leaderboard ends up coming down to a tie between Mandelbricks, assets obtained throughout the course of these 7 games, and your kills combined gives you a squad point metric, which will end up being a tiebreaker. But as it currently stands, the team that is in initial control of the decoding station with the Mandelbrick is a team that already has a Mandelbrick. So if this is secured by them, then we won't have to worry about those squad points, and we'll just have our winner straight up with a Mandelbrick format. 3 minutes remaining. I feel like coming into this match, I would have given AGT sort of the team that I felt like had the best chance to go ahead and secure a second Mandelbrick, just because I liked how well they have kind of played around some of the bricks throughout the day. But I think that the team who has the best odds of winning would, of course, be FPOV, just because they have the odds in their favor in the sense that they could get the Mandelbrick, but then they could also just deny the Mandelbrick from all of our teams and then just win off of squad points.
Yeah, definitely. They could, let the brick go to MBO or LDS if they got a grab, and then, still potentially take the win on squad points. But they're not going to let that happen too easily because they're now shooting MBO in the back. And there's the problem. Until you start shooting people, you don't know which team is which. And if they're really thinking about this, they might not really want to push that too much. They probably want to leave MBO alive because that's the team that could do them a favor by being involved in this. It's the other teams with a mana brick they need to be really concerned about.
Love that. Look at this. How fitting for Nas to be picking up one of those trophies as well. Very, very rare red. I've yet to find one myself, so super cool to kind of see that. Plus, we are in a competitive setting. 2 minutes remaining, though, and I mean, obviously, some of our teams are kind of in the mix, but no notable progress has actually been made towards the decoding station itself as it currently stands. So basically what that means for me is that since none of our teams have actually even tried to go ahead and seal the decoding station yet, that means that the team of Genius has all of their utility available to them. And as I say that, LDS, they're going to be making the initial push in. And instead of going for the decoding station, Power tries to go for the kills, but it's quickly met with his demise. Hannah's going to be going ahead and denying that Tempest push. And Genesis, or Genius, Team Genius, is just going to be left in the room completely fine.
Only a minute 20 left here as well. Felt like a play to sort of use up utility there, but there wasn't a follow-up play to pair up with it. So it didn't really do anything in the end to help LDS. And Genius still with that advantage. A minute to go. Did see that trophy picked up a minute ago. It's got great inspect animation on it, by the way. That's the Global Invitational trophy. And if you listen to that, you can hear our buddy Goj actually talking on the commentary. Expect that in game, which I absolutely love. This is FBO. They are pushing on VT. VT taking a knock there. That's Scooby, one of their strongest players, taken down as well as we see Jen trying to defend that mana brick. Just 40 seconds left on the game, but MBO are very close in there right now.
Absolutely. They've gone ahead and successfully thwarted 2 Tempest pushes, and they are still fully healthy as AGT is now left with just 2 remaining members as their Tempest has unfortunately met their demise. Chuba's just trying to hide, trying to kind of let these teams actually have access to the decoding station. Remember, if he goes ahead and knocks some of these members of NBO, he's kind of helping the team of Genius right now, and there's only 10 seconds remaining. Is this going to go uncontested? The door gets shut. Chuba's going to go ahead and smoke the choke point. His teammates got to go ahead and jump onto the decoding station. There's 5 seconds left remaining. The E&Ms are coming in from the side of AGT, but is the decode going to come in? It does. With 2 seconds remaining, the team of AGT, they jump on the decoding station. They save the lobby. They save the qualification spot. AGT is down, and so is Genius.
I can't believe what I've just seen. Yeah, AGT took that with 2-3 seconds on the clock, then got basically immediately wiped, and Genesis' FPOV ran in the back. 2 of our mana brick teams are now dead. Genius were 1-2 seconds away from winning from qualification, and they are now eliminated. AGT are eliminated, and now it's FPOV and VT. They're going to be fighting over this brick. FPOV have the advantageous situation. They're in the room. They need to go claim the brick, and they're going to go and do that now. And then that's going to be counted down from 3 minutes for FPOV to go through.
They send Blake onto the decoding station right there. They felt confident in his abilities as a Stinger to go ahead and get out of there. Power's going to be running that same play back. Instead of going for the decoding station, runs in and looks for some kill opportunities, but again, is going to be denied once more. And I got to tell you, you got to be very, very careful as a Tempest making a play like that, because if that door closes behind him, he will not be able to rope out, and his body will be left in that room. So something to think about the next time he kind of makes a play like that happen. Full reset as it currently stands. FPOV have somehow, some way ended up as the team in full control of the decoding station.
And they are the team top of the leaderboard in terms of squad points, in terms of kills and extractive value as well. So the strongest overall team back on top at the moment, in the strongest position with a full contingent. VT got their res, so they've got 3 up as well. They're not going to be letting this go away lightly. And every team just taken up a little position here. VT, they got the elevation here, so they can watch them come across that corridor. And then LDS are just waiting around the corner, waiting for that utility to recharge. I hear some Tempest ropes going, and there's going to be another play. Smoke's coming in from MBO. It's their turn now.
Disarm's coming in. That's pretty much the only way any of these teams can kind of find access to this point. As MBO, their Tempest, not only do they find access to the decoding station, they also pick up a box on the way out. A cool little Tempest trick. seen right there. And now FPOV, they unfortunately do have to go ahead and leave this room to have access to the decoding station. Remember, they're actually kind of happy with NBO having this decoding station, because if NBO picks up this mana brick and decodes it, that's fine, because FPOV, they're like, hey, listen, we'll win on squad points. We win the tiebreaker. Go ahead. You guys can have it.
Yeah, it's a great point. I'm not sure. Well, I guess they know that it's not one of the other teams, right? They would know if it's match point. They get a notification to tell them it's match point on mana bricks. So they know that it's NBO or ODS. They've probably clocked it from, you know, the kill feed already and worked it out. And that's a, you know, yeah, they don't have to contest this. They don't have to go out and take it back. They can just let this tick down. It was kind of LDS who really helped NBO get that as well. LDS threw the util and NBO went for it, but now it's Sellen's go. Got to try and make a play. Does get disarmed and it's just probably going to drop short here, but I can't believe he's still actually alive. Jumps in there and sent flying backwards again.
Right now would be a great opportunity for one of our other teams to actually get in the mix. They know that a big exchange of utility just happened, right? All those disarms kind of coming out from the side of FPOV should have them kind of feeling confident. But if you stagger your attempts like they are right now, they kind of allow some of that utility to recharge. It's going to make it that much harder for them to actually have access to that decoding station. For the third time now, LDS, they're going to go ahead. They're going to try to approach this mana brick. For the last 2 times, Power has ran into the room and looked for the kills. He does the exact same thing again, instantly disarmed, and cannot get in to go ahead and thwart any of their efforts. I feel like he could just go ahead and take the decoding station. Yeah, he jumps on it now, but as I say that, gets knocked quickly after an FPOV. They are now in full control. 30 seconds left. It kind of feels weird because they are the ones that are denying the access to the mana brick, but they're not in control of it. It's NBO that is in control of it, but FPOV is completely fine with this.
So bizarre, yeah, seeing a team defending the position when they don't even have the brick. They can just let this go. There's 15 seconds left. VT running in there again. They got big smoke down. It's their util to block this. They got 2 of them on there. MBO ran in there as well. LDS ran in there, but it's still on MBO with 5 seconds to go. Surely this is going to hand the victory to FPOV. That is going to be MBO grabbing the brick. And now we've got 6 minutes left for these teams to get what they can. But FPOV are the only team with 3 left up as well.
How tough for LDS, for VT, for all of our other teams, because it was like a 6v whatever on the decoding station, right? 2 teams were kind of defending the mana brick as it currently stood, and LDS is like, dude, what happened, man? Trying to find some of the peaks, but quickly gets shut down. 2 members of FPOV left standing. The res is going to be available. It is all a formality as it currently stands. Take a look at the total assets on the left side of your screen. 32 million. They have a huge lead over the rest of the lobby. They're not going to want to stop there. They want a little bit of a victory lap. They want to go ahead and push. Obsess is trying to get into the mix, but he's going to be thwarted off by the Luna Shock. Goes ahead, hits the rollout, gains some great positioning, but is quickly sent back on the Tempest ropes.
Yeah, they are, and MBO here, they got the brick, but it's not really going to help them out. Only one team, only the top team goes through to the regional tournament, and I think it's pretty likely that's going to be FPOV at this stage. They came into it such strong amount of points, but we still got a fight on our hands. MBO versus FPOV, fighting in the same old room, but this time, no Mandel brick in contention. Our teams might be feeling a bit more bold. This is that tiny little gap at the top they're trying to get util through, by the way. It's the only real weakness of that room. Let's try and get something in, but 3 up on both teams at the moment.
Like we already mentioned, this pretty much feels like a formality. I will say, not a lot of times in our operations competitions do we see a mana brick go to 5 different teams, so pretty rare sight to see there, as these teams are going to try to battle it out 3v3 style. Cook go ahead and find the opening pick right there, and Enter Name goes ahead and finds the second one, but Obsess is still alive. He's looking to go ahead and try to pull up the 1v3, but he is shut down. NBO, they secure the Mandel brick in the final game of the day, and in a weird sort of a way, they have helped FPOV, assumingly so, go ahead and win the qualifier throughout the day. We will, of course, go ahead and wait and see how this match plays out. See if NBO just goes on an absolute streak of finding some incredible loot that would boast them up, seemingly like a 12 mil as it currently stands. But that's easier said than done.
And then you still have to take into account the squad points, of course. So you got kills on top of that. That's going to add more points to the team. But you know, theoretically, if you manage to find a couple of very expensive key cards lying around worth 5 or 6 mil, you know, each one of those gives you, every million you extract with gives you another squad point. So if these guys get 10 mil out as a combined extract on this extract, they got all 3 players, then that would give them an extra 10 squad points. I'm not quite sure where they were going into it. They certainly weren't inside the top 3 or 4, so they would have to find something pretty miraculous to get them up there. But they're definitely going to jump up the leaderboards, and can't believe we've had 5 different teams getting a Mandel brick over this tournament. FPOV and AGT look so dominant early on, and everyone's had a share of the pie, but it looks like FPOV are probably going to get the biggest share.
Absolutely, yeah, I won't lie. I was kind of writing them off as even being able to get close to the total amount of assets and seemingly the squad points for FPOV. Obviously, the assets could match up. I do know FPOV had quite a lead in terms of the total amount of kills that they had throughout the day, so that's going to be helping out their squad points for sure. But every single time that we kind of pan to one of these POVs for the side of NBO, I take a look at the leaderboard on the left, and the last time I talked about it, they were at like 17 mil. They're now up to like 25 mil total. So there is a lot of loot on the ground that could really actually make this happen. I mean, is it going to be possible? Take a look at their total assets on the left side. Look at this.
It's absolutely flying up. I love that one of the players there had, I think, 4 different 1 mil plus M7s sitting in their bag and equipped. I mean, this is the sort of thing you dream of when you're out there playing Delta. So they are going to get a huge boost in their squad points here. I mean, they've probably got what, 15 to 20 mil. I'm not sure how much they brought in with them, but that's going to be a ton extra squad points on the board. They also got some kills in this as well. Obviously, they just wiped FPOV as well, so they got 5. They got 6 kills there as well. That's another 6 squad points. That's going to be very interesting to see.
Absolutely, as we kind of run back some of the key moments of this match. Obviously, we know FPOV, they kind of held down this room. But why don't we run it back? Have a quick conversation about the fact that Team Genius and Team AGT had a giant battle, like a huge 3v3 to kind of kick off the initial decoding. And there was only 2 seconds that separated us and the end of this thing.
Yeah, 2 seconds from Genius taking it, right? That was absolutely wild, but did get taken back in the end, just in the nick of time. And good to see those teams committing to it. They didn't almost left it too late, but not quite. And we've got a minute left for these guys to get out here, for Enter and Name, Matthias and Cook. They're making their way over to the helicopter extract. I think they filled up every slot they could find, equipped every attachment they could get, and stuffed their 3x3 safe boxes full of every bit of juicy loot laying around on Space City. So that's going to be where they're at. As you can see on the leaderboard, or the total assets on the left, 29.4 million. So they did get a whole bunch of goodies there, and teams obviously bringing in some pretty good gear for this final game. So that's why they're getting all these very, very high tier expensive guns. Still, have a little look just in case, but I think they're pretty clear. And at 20 seconds on the extract here.
What a game 7 from the side of NBO, from us kind of counting them out towards the start of the day, for us kind of counting every team out outside of FPOV and AGT too. An insane follow-up of matches. We went the distance all the way down to the last one. NBO did everything they could there in match number 7 to try to contest the dominance that FPOV has had throughout the day. Will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see for the numbers to come in. Obviously, assets-wise, it does look like they went ahead and took the lead, but squad points being the tiebreaker when all of our teams have 1 mana brick at the end of the day. Those kills matter as well. In FPOV, they had like 50 plus, I think, or it was like some insane number over the course of the day. So they have so many kind of back up their squad points. It's going to be tough to break.
They had a lot, and AGT had a lot as well. I think they were both in the 20s or 30s, maybe going into that game in terms of kills, and then they had a bunch of squad points on top of that as well. So there's a big gulf to jump ahead there for MBO. Also, don't forget to give Delta Force a little follow on the socials. You can see down below if you've not done that already. And make sure you download it. You can download it for free on all sorts of platforms. And we're going to find out who has definitely won this, who's got that last regional tournament position in just a moment once they've totted up these final scores.
Yeah, as a quick reminder, everything is on the line. Only first place matters. This is your leaderboard for just the game. So don't freak out. NBO, they did go ahead and secure that mana break. They picked up 6 kills, and the assets that they gained almost reached 17 million. Will that big jump in not only kills, but also assets be enough for them to go ahead and dethrone the team that has been dominant throughout the day? Obviously, with Floor Pop picking up 6 kills as well. That's going to be helping them out, kind of preventing any of our teams from approaching them. And yeah, it's just going to be all about that tiebreaker.
Yeah, Floor, POV, and number 1 both getting a bunch of kills that game. They were the aggressors in that. We saw VT unfortunately dropped out during that fight early on. It was Genius and VT, I think. Genius and VT, when Genius was so close. These are our kills here for number 1 in that game. 6 kills, 6 assists, 1,300 damage, 16.7. I mean, just goes to show how huge that damage was in the previous game where we saw 2k plus. 6 mil extracted from Cook there, nearly 5 mil for Enter a Name, and nearly 6 mil again from Matthias. It might be enough. We'll find out shortly. But yeah, crazy game to finish it off there. Never thought we'd see so many different teams get mana bricks. We saw, I think, every different deco position on Space City used throughout today's tournament as well. And all very different games. You know, no one letting anyone get an easy mana brick, really. Good aggression from our teams. And it's given us some great games today.
Absolutely, yeah. Shout out to our players. Shout out to everybody that kind of tuned in throughout the day as well to watch. Before we do kind of run those numbers, I mean, it was just super, super fun. I was, banking on the fact, I was like, oh, dude, there's just no way this is going to Game 7. And we got to watch all 7 of our games. So it was great to kind of jump into the action over the course of the game. And how many twists and turns that we had as well, right? Leaders kind of being thwarted and underdogs kind of rising up the leaderboard throughout the day as well. You couldn't have asked for a better competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real nice builder from, the one I did last week was very exciting to watch, but then this one, there was so much pressure on that moment, right? Last week, these teams knew even if they didn't win, they'd have some other games they could go into and try and qualify from that. Today, everyone had to play as aggressive as they could. They had to play on their A game because this was their last opportunity to get into the regional tournament. Just the one team today who takes the top spot going through into that tournament. We're going to see the rest of that take place over the coming months and see how teams play on that pro circuit and see who comes out on top. It's going to be very excited, but we think it's probably going to be Floor POV, but I'm kind of a little bit on the fence to see what happens now. It's quite interesting with how this scoring system works. Often you see it really go double Mandelbrick as the most common way that a team goes through. Don't often see it go to the score points afterwards, and it just adds a little bit of extra tension, a little bit of you don't really know what, and that's what we're waiting to find out right now.
Absolutely, yes. It was great to see kind of all of the action throughout the day. For POV, finally the numbers are in, and sure enough, they do come out on top. 1 mana break, 28 total kills, 28 million total assets, and a grand total of 56 squad points. Floor POV are going to be your regional tournament open qualifier for the region of AM&EMEA Season 1 winners. They're going to be making their way to the group stage where they'll be joined by 11 other teams, and that'll kick off in just over a month in the 2nd week of July. So make sure you guys kind of tune in for that. I'll be on the lookout for Floor POV as well, but Ben, obviously, we got to give our flowers to Floor POV. They played so well through not, obviously, they picked up the first mana brick of the day, but after that, they just kept rolling. They had the kills. They had the assets to go ahead and find them in that first place spot at the end of the day in number 1. Got to tip my hat, though, to number 1, the team in 2nd place. Look how close they got. I mean, 9 points is a lot, but I feel like they were way further down the leaderboard.
Yeah, they got ahead in assets in the end. It's really those kills that held them behind, 10 kills behind. But it just shows you, if they'd managed to extract or hold on to a little bit more value from those previous games, 9 points isn't a very big gap. It's the closest we've seen the top two teams in this for quite a while. But yeah, Flopov, they take it. Obsessed, Blake, Yusei played really well. We saw them come out very early in the tournament, being very dominant. And then we were starting to think, okay, maybe AG are coming in here and Floor POV lagging behind that a little bit. But, you know, they brought the overall package in the end, able to deliver big amount of kills, good amount of assets, and end up being those squad points that take it by just 9 points. Number one in second, AG in third, Genius in fourth, Thor taking fifth, and then LDS down in sixth. The only team, unfortunately, not to get a Mando brick, but every team, good amount of kills on the board, good aggression today, a lot of good games.
Absolutely, indeed. And for anybody kind of thinking about what we're going to be jumping into next, do stick around because we will have a winners interview with Yersi. So make sure you guys kind of stick around and we'll have to see what they have to say about their win. Florpov, we already kind of talked about it over the course of the day. 28 total kills. Obviously, their damage number being 8,000, which if you do a little bit of quick math, they basically had an average damage over every single one of those games of over 1,000. So they were just so consistent. And taking a look at the individual breakdown for some of those kills, Yersei picking up 12 frags of his own, Obsess 14, and then Blake, we know what Blake was doing, man. We constantly kind of saw him in that support character role, right? Kind of bringing out the stinger and everything like that. So no surprise to kind of see the giant disparity in those kills. But I mentioned it earlier on. The interview was coming, the winner's interview. We're going to be joined by Yersei. Yersei, first and foremost, I got to say congratulations on your win. I got to get your initial thoughts. How you feeling?
Thank you. My heart is racing. The last game was panicking. It was a long day today with double brackets today. But now I feel really good. My pulse is starting to calm down a little bit, I think, but it feels really good.
Yeah, huge plays from you all today. Really well done. It's been a busy week, right? You said you had double bracket today. You've been playing games all the last week, maybe the week before. How's that been? You guys have had to put so much time in, right?
Yeah, it's been a lot of time. It's been like, yes, a lot of scrims, a lot of pubs. Been maybe working too much on Delta compared to my schoolwork, but we'll have some time for that tomorrow. So yeah, we had brackets on Friday, Saturday, and double brackets today. So it's been a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool to see, man. Yeah, listen, obviously you guys took an early lead and just, you know, the first Mando brick capture of the day. How did that feel? And did it kind of like add any pressure to the following Mando brick match, right? Because you guys were just like that close, just one Mando brick away from the rest of the day. I feel like that must have been adding a little bit of nerves, right?
Yeah, because like after you get the first one, every team will fight you when you start the decode, right? And so like our plan was just play it slow, don't overextend anything in the fights, just play it slow. And if we didn't get the brick of spawn on our first spawn, we just played slow, and it happened to work out.
So you guys obviously playing as a great unit today, ton of kills, ton of squad points, although it was closer than we expected with squad points in the end. I think maybe you're getting a little nervous. How long have you guys been playing together? You've been rolling as a team for a while, or are you a bit of a new unit?
Me, Obsess, and Blake have been playing together for the last month and a half. We did some roster changes. Me and Blake have been playing together since January. And we did some roster changes. Me and Obsess made a team, and then that didn't work out, and then we combined it right before Global League, me, Obsess, and Blake. And been practicing a lot, and it paid off.
Nice. Well done to you guys. Listen, you guys have won the open qualifier here. We will see you in just over a month on the group stage. The floor is yours, my man. Anything you want to say to your teammates, friends, family, whatever you got.
I just want to thank my teammates for being there and holding up with me. Maybe shouting a bit too much, but just want to say thank you to them for sticking up with me.
Nice. Love that. Well, Yersei, thank you so much for jumping in on the interview with me and Ben. Once again, congratulations. Go celebrate, man. And we will see you in just over a month in the group stage.
Thank you. Goodbye. Have a good day.
Great interview, man. You're saying I love when we kind of get the opportunity to talk to some of our players, right? Kind of adding some of that insight because we don't have all the information, Ben, right? The formulation of the team, kind of combining two renditions of him trying to find a team that kind of worked. And it's exactly what this final kind of, group of players ended up doing. It worked.
Yeah, it worked so well for them in the end. To say they got that early brick, and here's the stats: 28 total kills, 21 assists, 8,000 damage, 28 mil extracted or total assets at the end of that. Also love catching the players when they've just finished, just qualified a minute ago, and you're seeing them with the adrenaline still going, still buzzing from that victory. It's really raw. It's great seeing someone, still riding that emotion and still feeling so good. And they should feel good because they played so well, and I think it was very well deserved today in the end.
Absolutely was indeed. Ben has kind of been shouting out all day. Make sure you guys tune in to the Delta Force socials and download it if you have not. It's free on so many different platforms, whether it be PC, console, mobile. It is such a fun game. It is my favorite game. Ben, I'm going to give you the floor to give us your final thoughts on how everything kind of broke down throughout the day today.
Yeah, brilliant work from FPOV. They've just been a great team unit, I think, all through the tournament. Very well deserved, good fragging. I'm very much looking forward to see how they compete when we get into the regional tournaments. That is going to be it for us today. Vivid, it's been a pleasure to be working with you today. I hope everyone at home has enjoyed it. Don't forget to check out Delta Force if you're not already. And we're going to see you next time over on the regional tournament coming up real soon.
Absolutely, yes. And listen, that is not all the Delta Force that you guys can watch today, because the Americas region is coming up later as well. So make sure you guys kind of keep a close eye on when we go live for that in just a couple of hours. I'm sure that will be action-packed indeed. And we've been talking about it all day. This was just a qualifier for the group stage that'll be coming up in just over a month. So we hope to see you there. And for now, Delta Force gang, it's been an absolute pleasure. One last final congratulations to the team of Floor POV. This has been me and Ben giving you guys all of the calls throughout the day, and we'll see you guys next time.